with lots of things to see, and lots of things to touch, and lots of things to smell, and lots of things to taste. But there are some things that can make you sick, called poison.
Oh my, not a full-on danger alert, but there does appear to be an alarming increase in children mistaking medicine for candy.
Poison. 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 Poison dart. Straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy won't partake. It's not a game. In no arcade, I shoot like a cupid. I'm causing them heartache. Cry me a river like your last day. I was a sinner, but that's in the past, mate. We don't talk no more. What's going on now? You never wanna parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one mentioned, no one named. And I move on the track like a high-speed train that is never derailed by leaf nor rain. Relentless on a long campaign. Darts of fire with a pinpoint aim. My METHOD of delivery to bring you the pain. Poison darts straight to the heart, and this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oh, my beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poison darts straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And the bumps are below, the first shall be last. Poison, 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 poison. Darts might tear through armored plates, accelerate at alarming rates, and wipe a smile off a charming face, then stop the war by disarming states. Like whoa, stop. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the mic lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpire, I slice through beef just like cheese wire. Rain on them with a heavy artillery, painstaking wordplay, sickest delivery. Leaving them seeking a seizure, bulging veins. Capillaries enter the bloodstream intravenously. Rhyme schemes infect you seamlessly. No vaccine, conveniently. Fatalities are occurring frequently. Poison darts straight to the heart, and this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oh, my beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poison darts straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And the bumps are below, the first shall be last. Poisonous, new forms more lethal. Evil spawn infects more people. They write the law, so it's legal. The poison dart is a nurse's needle. Shot first from a GP's pen. Chosen verse from the DSM to target women, children and men. So there's a remedy for defense. The reality gets much worse. Sick minds no less than perverse. They patent the vaccine to fatten the purse. 6 months before the outbreak's rehearsed. Think about it. Let's make things clear. Inside the mind's the final frontier. Our demise has been engineered, so seek the truth or succumb to the fear. Poison darts straight to the heart, and this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oh, my beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poison darts straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And the bumps are below, the first shall be last.
Wanna be sick? Get some everybody to be sick.
Very soon now, the drug will cause the subject to experience death-like paralysis, together with deep feelings of terror and helplessness.
I can't stand it anymore.
One of our early test subjects described it as being like death, sense of stifling.
Stop. Ask first.
Asleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Asleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
It's like this. You walk around with your eyes shut. Oblivious to the truth, you don't know what's up. It's like a dreamscape, but in the waking state, you're all plugged in. There's no need to concentrate. Are you asleep? Or are you awake? This is the density where your body holds weight. The computer program, you've all got to break. This is important shit, man. Your lives are at stake. I won't bow to reptilian minions. Masters of the matrix controlling the billions. The clock's ticking, raising the stakes up. Waiting for the day that the human race wakes up. Well, I woke up, I opened my eyes. Now I see clearly through the deceit and lies. To my surprise, the world is an illusion. A closely knit web designed for confusion.
Awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. And awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
Run this, fam. Ain't fucking about anymore, fam. It's fucking high time these pussies listen, man. Yo, Yo, hey yo, it's high time. Stop living life blind. The further you fall, yo, the higher I climb. If your feet stop fast, you're in the firing line. It's hard to stand up when you got no spine. Fucking slobs, your legs are like jelly. Your soul's been sucked up straight through the telly. Don't believe what you see on the screens, cause the world that we live in is not quite what it seems. Fucking parasites, that breach every one of our human rights. They think it's pocket change, playing games with people's lives. These are the people who are supposed to revive a nation built on jealousy, greed, anger and lies. Yo, the biggest influence of life has to be greed. Everybody buying shit that they don't really need. You better follow the fashion, keep up to the speed. Fatten up that monster you continue to feed.
Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
I read it every day, yeah. I read it every day. I read it every day, yeah. I read it every day.
If we free our minds and the rest will follow. Living on today on the time that is borrowed. I feel it in my blood, feel it in my bone marrow. The grim man's come to reap among the shadows of our former selves. Production of the media, religion and wealth. Hysteria, they're feeding us around on our health. Swine flu with the vaccine flying off shelves. It's apparent to me we're being taken for fools. More I open my eyes, the more I see it for sure. And you gotta be wise, life is ever so cruel. So I'm gonna live mine by my own set of rules. So fuck what they say now, fuck what you see. Fuck all that bullshit they put on TV. In a world that's obsessed with the paparazzi, you're the only one who can set yourself free.
Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
Yeah, for all the dilly ass fuckers out there, this one's for you. I see you talking, but nothing's coming out. From the flourish of a seed, we're made to believe everything we hear on radio, or see on TV. Feasibly, easily, joined by media makeup. Societies of blood in a comedy can't wake up. It's time to break up this network of lies. I delved a little deeper, then I start to realize the sin is all around me like the devil in disguise. Let me wake you from your slumber, let me open up your eyes. So you sit down in front of the flat screen, you blaze up and then you kick back lean. Subliminally joining just like a crack thing. Next thing you're down a clinic, Botox and HP and glue. Didn't even want it in the first place. That's your first taste of your first disgrace. You can get hurt away from what you heard today, or war with the guts, so turn or stay.
Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Lost in reality. Lost in reality.
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
1 2 1 2. We are back. It's Friday night, and you are tuned in to the one and only.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Welcome back, Andy PG.
What's going on? Word
to your collective mothers.
Word to your nan.
Word to your nan. Yes, Rise Above is back. It's 9 p.m. on a Friday night, and that can mean only one thing. Holy shit, the last show was proper fire. Mate,
It was, yeah.
it's going to be a hard act to follow.
No. It's all good, mate. It's all good.
But luckily for you guys, Clown World has not disappointed. If we thought the 2 weeks leading up to last week's show were special, the last 2 weeks have been pretty happening as well. Big shout out to everyone tuned in.
Mate, the show's just writing itself. At the moment.
Like I said, we could just sit back and ride the wave now. Magix is on his way round. Yes, we have got a guest tonight, and we've got a whole load of stuff to talk about. Did anyone see that video that I just played after the intro? Does anybody know what that was? That was the first ever physical archive, a hard drive with over 1 terabyte of the whole back catalogue of Rise Above. Oh, Michael. I just put the details on the screen. So remember, on this YouTube channel, a lot of the stuff is not available because it's either been lost on the other channel or it's been deleted by Al Gore.
Or banned.
Or just straight up banned. So the only place you can get it now is to purchase the archive. It's yours to own. Like I say, it's over 1 terabyte. You'll get all the old midweek chats with myself and Inner Guardians. You get every live show, 140 episodes, and a whole lot more. There is a waiting list for them already, so if you want to get one of these exclusive hard drives to own forever, because remember, this YouTube channel won't be around forever, will it?
No, mate.
If this YouTube channel got deleted, how would you go back and watch all the old Rise Above? So yeah, if you want to get on the waiting list, there's about 3 people on there already, because I can only make one of these a week. Rise Above livestream at gmail.com. I wonder if we've got we haven't got a QR code for the old website at all, have we? Okay, anyway, let's share the screen and let's get down to business, Andy PG, because we've got a lot to get through tonight.
Let's do it.
We've got many things to talk about. Okay, and we'll go for something a bit more.
There's an email here from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Yeah, I always get emails from them. I like to keep up to date with what's going on. Nathan Lucius is going to be joining us in about 45 minutes. He's going to be talking about his new book, Fake Awake. And I'll just let you know, we have got 3 copies of the Fake Awake book to give away tonight.
Signed, Michael, signed.
They are signed by Nathan Lucius himself. I think they even come with a bookmark too, Fake Awake bookmark.
Nathan Lucifer.
We are live. I believe so. Yes, Hermes is up there. Yeah. To get a chance to win one of these books, you need to make any kind of purchase from the website tonight, whether it's a beanie hat, a T-shirt, a ticket to the event. What?
It can't be a sticker.
It can't. No, you've got to buy more than a sticker. I'm afraid. It's got to be more than a sticker.
We'll say a garment, something to wear. You have to buy something that you wear.
And that's right. And or you could buy a ticket to the event, because I know I know the event was supposed to be sold out, guys. But guess what? I have actually negotiated 50 more tickets with the venue.
Get the camera up. Look, Hermes is active. Hermes is active.
Get the Hermes cam.
Squirmy's cam.
Is he up there somewhere?
He's up there. He's on top of the flag. Look.
Oh, right, I see. Yeah. This has been a real thing in Peasantron in the last couple of videos.
See the Rise Above flag, guys? He's top left.
Here he is up here. Yeah, all right.
He's poised.
So remember, three signed copies of Fake Awake to give away. To be in the chance of winning this, you need to make a purchase from the website, and then your name will go into a pot, and we will pick 3 lucky winners.
Shout out to Sheep Farm. I see you guys in the chat there.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Sheep Farm. So, yeah, last week's show, big shout out to Captain Tim, who joined us, the Sovereign Sailor.
Yeah, mate, that was dope.
Yeah, it was dope. Yeah. And we actually, here's some great news. Daddy Dragon, who basically crashed that stream and pretty much took over. Whoa, Hermes is on the move. He's coming down.
He's abseiling down.
Please don't rip the flag, Hermes.
He's abseiling down.
He's such a pussy. Like Apollo jumped
Apollo
straight
literally just jumped straight down.
Go on, Hermes. Just jump down, mate. You'll be all right. Go on.
He's not having it. He's bitching it.
There we go. There we go.
Go on, Hermes.
Go on, Hermes.
Yeah.
Whoa. That was close. You talk. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad we actually captured that on camera, because everyone would have thought what the hell was going on there. Yeah, that was my cat Hermes coming down from the platform up there.
So yeah, Daddy Dragon crashed the stream. We had the pleasure of learning all his knowledge for a good hour or so. We've got him back on the 10th of January. That's going to be the first Rise Above of 2024. Be careful not to break that off. If that screen comes off, will be true. Do you want me to help you?
Yeah, go on.
Just tilt it back.
Yeah. I was, but it's coming back. There we go.
There you go. Obviously, we are live. Things like that happen. Let me just get this back so we can see tonight's agenda.
We've got Hermes.
There we go.
Well, we've got 182 peasants.
Yeah, let's get this shared around. Get it shared around on your Facebook, your Twitter, Telegram groups, because we're only broadcasting to YouTube now. It's the only place we're allowed to broadcast to. All of the other places banned us.
Apart from Rumble.
Yeah, apart from Rumble. We haven't got we can't go live onto Rumble, though. Not with our current setup. God, everything in the studio is going wrong tonight. Okay, so yeah, that's tonight's lineup. Okay, a big shout out to our sponsors, Dr. Kimchi. The Dr. Kimchi coins, we started off with tenner's worth. It's now worth over $100.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, $105. Remember, this is the crypto coin, which is helping to fund anti-big pharma doctors that are treating cancer. We can't say that word. So big shout out to Don and Sasha and everyone at Dr. Kimchi.
Our good friends over at Dr. Kimchi.
If you want to know more, check out these QR codes. You can go onto the exchange. You can learn about who's being funded by Dr. Kimchi.
Mate, I'm not organised over here. I haven't got an ashtray.
You haven't got an ashtray?
Bear with me 1 second.
My seat keeps going down as well. I think we're being sabotaged. So, yeah, that is one of our sponsors as well. Who else are we in partnership with? Let's just get this one out of the way. Big shout to... Where's the QR code gone? Liberty Silver Designs. I can't find Liberty Silver Designs. Can you see the Liberty Silver Designs thing? There it is.
It's at the top, mate.
There it is. So, Christmas is just around the corner. Make sure you get your silver jewellery, like I'm modelling right
jewellery.
here. Right here. There is Rise Above original jewellery available, and it's a great investment because it's sterling silver. Amazing. Big shout out to Liberty Silver.
Yeah, you can
Designs.
smelt it down if you need to, guys. You can make some Ramesh technology.
Absolutely. Right. Another thing before we speak about some of this week's subjects, we need to let you know that if you are not subscribed to our Peasantron, aka Patreon, and I'll just put the QR code on the screen, guys, you are missing out. As we know, there are subjects we can't talk about on here. There are words we can't say. We can't really let loose.
Hell,
on
there's
YouTube.
a fucking news subject that we can't even talk about on Patreon.
That's very true. That's very true.
Shout out to Ryan Sanders in the chat. I haven't seen you in
Big shout out to Ryan Sanders. He's released some new music this week.
Yes,
Go and
he
check
has,
him out,
he
Ryan
has.
Sanders. So, yeah, what have we got dropping on Patreon? Wow, midweek Raw.
Guys, I can't stress it enough, right? We've had a couple of emails and people saying that they're gutted that we're not doing Rise Above in December. But we need a break. But we are doing Rise Above in December. But you have to go over to the Patreon for a mere $3.33 a month, guys.
Every Wednesday night, you get a new video called Midweek Raw. This week's one that's been out for 2 days now.
It's high level
Black Cube organisation breakdown going on, right? Trump and the Torah Crown coming out on Sunday. So remember, you get 2 lots of Peasantron a week now, Wednesdays and Sundays. We've got the watch party, Dan Bilzerian versus Piers Morgan. And then next week, we've already recorded it.
We did it last night.
Oh my God, it's fucking
this
hilarious.
was, and these aren't short videos either. This is about 2.5 hours.
2 hours last night.
Yeah. And it was a Rabbi Shmuley, and it was we're calling it an evening with Shmuley.
An evening with Shmuley, Shmuley Boteach, yeah. So big thank you to everyone that is subbing to our Peasantron. To understand what this meme is by Bazman, you really need to get on Peasantron. It's
essentially, guys, as well. The more Patreon subscribers we get, the more content we're going to make on it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not like a pay-as-you-go service, but it's only £3 a month. You get 2 exclusive videos a week. You get 10% off all merch on the website and loads of other discounts as well.
And look at the event we're putting on in March. You guys had the £22 tickets available before anyone else.
Yeah, we sold out of like 100 of those tickets before they were on general release, and they went straight to Peasantron. Basically, if you subscribe to Peasantron, you get the freshest, like tastiest rabbit served up directly. You don't have to wait until Friday night to get it, and that's the most important thing. The live chat on there is banging. Everyone gets in the comments.
Shout out to Kyle Ratkin in the chat. He's saying it's worth $3.33.
It certainly is. It's the best way to support Rise Above. So big shout out to everyone.
And if you're a couple or a family that watch it, just one of you get it.
Yeah,
you
don't all have to
get
one.
Watch it. You can huddle round.
So I put here, Patreon is such a sick platform for content creators, especially those like Rise Above who go against the grain and talk about subjects and express viewpoints that are not suitable for the algorithm. As well as the controversial, spicy content, the exclusive videos, the uploaded material banned by Facebook and YouTube, there is also a space where fans of the show and members of the Ramish community can stay in touch, chat, and interact with each other. To join our Patreon is free, but to unlock everything, it's £3 a month, and you get a whole host of shit, which
I'm
is...
hearing rumors that you're locking people up for posting memes.
Oh yeah, I also post the best memes straight onto Patreon as well.
Directly there, Michael.
You don't have to pay to get those. That's on the free subscription. Okay, so that's the best way to support Rise Above. I think we've nailed that one in. Another great way to support Rise Above is to purchase merchandise, in case you didn't already know.
And guys, you get a free book tonight, if signed book by Nathan
Go into
Lucifer.
a competition. Three lucky Ramish affiliates will be getting their book. Let me just get the QR code up for our merch shop. Here we go. And also, remember, you can scan this QR code to get...
There's a lot of vibrating going on the table here.
For some reason, the RAR phone keeps getting
mental,
messages every 2 minutes. Not even... Most people have got that number.
It's
I don't
cuboids.
I don't get it. Yeah. So, yeah, 50 tickets available for the event. Okay, where are we? Right, let's get down to business.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's Friday night. Let's start with a meme. Have you seen this one?
I have indeed.
The Dukes of Biohazard.
Yeah.
This is by You've Been Nudged. Big shout to them making moves on Twitter or X. Some really good anti-Coviet memery going on from You've Been Nudged. So if you are on Twitter, go and give them a follow. We like their work very, very much. An excellent one from Bazman here.
Baz is on fire at the moment with his memes.
Baz is basically holding up the meme team.
He is doing very well with memes.
Anti-Coviet has been very quiet recently. Rise and Shine, haven't heard from him in quite a long time. Future Ghost basically sends me one exclusive meme per month, but it's very good. You know, Johnny Fogg, pretty sporadic recently. I hope you won't mind me saying that. Bazman, holding the fort, mate.
He is. He
really is. So big shout out to Bazman. Mate, I can't, when I see queer styling like this, I can't help
This is one of my favourite movies as well, is Inglourious Basterds. Yeah, it's one of my favourites.
But when you look at his face now, don't you just see Nigel Watson?
I do. Shout out to Nigel Watson. We know you're a big fan of the show.
Yes.
And we are apparently the leading experts
in getting it wrong.
The field of anti-Semitism.
Yes. Okay, so big shout out to Bazman on this meme. I really like that. Right, so I don't know if one of the subjects from the last live show we did, which was an absolute banger, was obviously the flooding in Spain, in Valencia. Yeah, remember?
Yeah, mate. 133 dams, Michael.
We lifted the lid on this dam removal. I lifted the lid on those what was it, like basically Death Star battleships. And the
seaborne Schwab harp.
Yeah, Schwab harp. Aqua harp.
Aqua harp. Nice.
But the reason I brought it up again is because since then, like, I think in the consensus on Facebook and stuff like that, a lot of people are now just looking at these events and just going, look, they've removed all the dams. And it's like no one's really. What I'm trying to say is this idea has proliferated all over the place. Hence these two memes. We've got people putting,
again, it's all linked to the fucking climate, Schwabian change, global climate boiling change.
Absolutely,
isn't it? That's the reason they removed the dams, because it's better for the wildlife and the ecosystems and all that shit.
Well, look what
it's all done under the guise of to try and make it better, when in fact it's to murk everyone involved.
Look at what the World Demonic Forum says.
The removal of dams in Europe is reviving rivers, Michael. Is boosting biodiversity. Again, with the diversity.
It's got to have
diversity.
It's just
more far left identity politics.
I guess in like nature, like
now they're trying to boost it into the animal world.
Diversity just means like less people, doesn't it? Like more nature, less people. That's what they mean.
It could be construed as that.
Biodiversity. Yeah, so like what diversity means in Europe is less Europeans, more people that aren't from Europe. But in nature, it just means more nature, less humans.
I have been doing a little investigation this week, Michael.
Have you?
Yeah, off the cuff.
Oh, yeah?
We're not going to name them, but they're two banana boat hotels in Bournemouth, which are still housing individuals.
The guest boatman.
Yes, the guest boatman, yeah. I've been
VIP guest boatman.
Yeah, I went and had a little look at both of them. A little snoop around.
Interesting.
In the car.
I told you I know who does the security.
I know, mate, I know.
Okay.
The security had their eyes on me, and I made a.
Don't mess with his security.
No,
guys,
no,
mate.
I didn't mess with anyone. No, but I just made an observation that his security are specifically picked for their ethnicity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. He's got the biggest, most dangerous guys in Bournemouth. Dan has.
There ain't no white men on those doors.
So it's in the peasant sphere. People know that the dams have been removed. They're linking it to the World Economic Forum. They're linking it to the sustainable goals. Yeah, like we've been saying for ages. No surprises there. Right. So let's get on to our first subject, which I believe is liberal exodus and Trump derangement.
Shout out to my beautiful Ramesh wife, Becky S. She found this.
I thought this was just amazing. This is
fantastic.
real.
So Ivy League students, Michael, are offered crayons, Legos, and cookies with milk to cope with Trump's election win.
It's clearly racist.
If you didn't know better, you'd think they were taking the piss, but they're not.
No, they're actually doing this.
So
it was Yale, no?
So Ivy League, that's the equivalent of like Oxbridge, isn't it? You know, Oxford or Cambridge. You know, we've only got two or three good universities.
This
here.
was
They have
actually
a whole league of them in America.
I think this was Yale. From the article, what it said.
Harvard, University of Pennsylvania give students day off. Princeton professors email students to postpone exams. Georgetown University builds self-care suites.
I think the actual cookies and Legos and crayons was Yale. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, that's amazing. They're basically saying it's just a bunch of big babies crying about the orange mesh.
But we all know if you look at the university, I think Becky showed me some stats the other day. I think there's only 1 in 10 Republican professors in Ivy League universities.
That wouldn't surprise me.
So it's a far left indoctrination centre. Essentially, all of them are.
Absolutely. So the name of the game here is really that we're like 3 or 4 weeks into the president-elect.
He's not even president yet.
No, he's just the president-elect. But the liberal meltdown hasn't slowed down.
Oh, we've got a comment here, Michael.
Oh, go on.
I'll get that up here. From G Sharp, the WEF PSYOP.
Oh,
are you suggesting, G Sharp, that the WF is like a red herring?
Maybe it's like a psyop, and it's.
I have thought this before because
it's so obvious that because it's like just saying all these things that sound so ridiculous and evil.
And the fact of the matter is, Klaus Schwab is just a face. Like we would never know a true dark occultist priest class.
It's like
their names. Yeah,
the World Economic Forum is a false flag.
It's like the Church of Satan.
Much worse.
It's like the Church of Satan, and it's the what's bled down for the peasants.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point. So there is this thing about liberal people leaving America. Now, I would never normally play Andrew Tate on the show, but this is quite funny.
In fact, I have a long list here of all the people who said they were going to leave America if Trump wins. Where's the list?
Come on,
Let's read
Andrew.
out all these names. There we go. Alec Baldwin, fuck off. These are the list of people who said they're going to leave the country if Trump wins. And of course, they were all lying. They're going to stay exactly where they are because they're fucking retards. Ready? Alec Baldwin, fuck off. Whoopi Goldberg, fuck off. John Legend, fuck off. Chrissy Teigen, his stupid whore wife, who's a terrible person, you can fuck off too. Rob Reiner, fuck off. Barbara Streisand hasn't had a song since 1931. You can fuck off. Cher, don't know how you're still alive, fuck off. Nancy Pelosi, insider trader, fuck off. Hillary Clinton, the most evil woman in history, fuck off. Megan Rapinoe, fuck off. Tom Hanks, fuck off. The only thing you ever did good, Tom, was play a retard.
Whoa.
No coincidence. Amy Schumer, fuck off. AOC, fuck off. Lady Gaga, fuck off. Taylor Swift, Bill Gates, Jane Fonda, Madonna can all fuck off. Mark Ruffalo, I don't know why they chose you to be the Incredible Hulk, because you're clearly a little pussy. Fuck off. Kim Kardashian, fuck off. Bruce Springsteen can fuck off. George Clooney can fuck off. Hunter Biden, he doesn't even know what fucking day of the week it is. But he can fuck off anyway. Oprah can fuck off. Robert De Niro can fuck off. Samuel L. Jackson, I used to think you were cool, but I'm afraid you now have to fuck off. Miley Cyrus, Travis Kelce, Bobby Altoff, Rashida Tlaib, Stormy Daniels, Anthony Fauci. We don't want you here, Fauci. You're a fucking liar. All of you can fuck off. George Soros can fuck off. Diddy, oh, you didn't want Trump to win. I bet you were his fan now. You might have got pardoned. You're not going anywhere, sir. Enjoy jail. Eminem, Ellen, Sean Penn, Sharon Stone, Ashley Judd, Tommy Lee, Bryan Cranston. Imagine going from Walter White to a little liberal fucking dickhead. Fuck off. Billy Joe Armstrong can fuck off. Rob Reiner, fuck off. And Bono's going to drive his car off a cliff. You know what? If you were to tell me to make a list of the people that I would kick out of my country once I became in charge, it would look pretty similar to that.
Wow.
That was fucking brilliant.
Like I say, I met Tate in 2020. I don't agree with everything he says. Lee Ahmed said here, Tate, Ponce, feck off, Zionist nonce. Yeah. Fair enough, Lee Ahmed. He's calling.
That's fine.
He's calling Andrew Tate a Zionist.
We're
nonce.
not debating Andrew Tate's who he's loyal to or anything like that. We're just saying it's showcasing.
We just like the list.
It's funny. Yeah, it's funny. He delivered that quite well.
So he mentioned John Legend here. Turns down a Grammy nomination, then moves to Paris.
Is it John Legend, that little bitch who rewrote one of the Beatles? Was it the Beatles song? Because
something like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Apart from he's married to that bird that was implicated in Pizzagate.
Who?
Chrissy Teigen.
Is he actually?
Yeah,
I didn't know his married.
Yeah, it was Chrissy Teigen's husband.
Oh.
So this is well bad. Ellen DeGenerate has moved to Great Britain.
Oh, sorry.
Lists Monty Saito estate, never coming back to United States.
She's on our turf, Michael.
Oh, we don't want her either.
Should we go and find her?
We definitely.
No, she asked for an interview.
Yeah, let's get her on the show. Well, what's everyone saying here in the comments? I'd never heard of Tate a year ago. I still don't know who he is, to be honest. He just used to be.
He's a kickboxer, and then he's made a load of money with crypto, basically. Isn't he?
No, he made it with chat lines.
Is that what you made?
Yeah, like Babe Station kind of stuff.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought he was like some.
That's why everyone says he's like a pimp, sort of human trafficker.
Right, of course.
But I don't know. The word on the street was that the women that work for him made more money than anywhere else because they would get paid more, so that he would have the best ones. That was always the tagline. I don't know if it's true or not. But yeah, he is a real fighter. I introduced him in the cage in Stockholm in 2020 in a kickboxing match.
He's a hard fucker.
He won.
He
battered the guy right in front of me.
fucker.
So anyone that says he can't fight, it's all a fake. That's not true. I've seen it with my own eyes. So yeah, here's a meme with like basically a small percentage of the people he just claimed on the list.
This is the Lolita Express.
Yeah, the Lolita Express. It's going straight to Epstein
Cornerstone.
Island. Yeah, to the Cornerstone Isle.
Oh, Michael.
But yeah, so all these people are saying that they're going to leave America because Trump's in. I'm sure they said this back in 2016, last time this happened. Sure, they said it back.
That Whoopi Goldberg, right? She's on The View, right? You know, that fucking far left show.
Absolute turd.
It's just disgusting. She's actually, I think she's like 70 now. She has taken up the stance that she is not having sex. She's gone celibate because Trump has come in. She's
Good.
70, guys.
Good.
Yeah, 70.
Oh, look at the state of her. So, yeah, this is the other thing. Abortion clinics warn they'll go bankrupt if Democrats' sex strike continues. So there's this big thing about these far leftists.
That was a great segue.
That was a great segue. Yeah, brilliant segue there. Basically, yeah, they're sort of saying because I think the thinking is that if you get pregnant, you're probably going to want an abortion. So I just can't get pregnant in the next 4 years. Like, Trump said he's going to ban abortions.
No, he hasn't. No, he's given it back to the state, basically.
Right.
There was a case called Roe v. versus Wade, and it was overturned because it was unconstitutional that they had 9 men on the jury, determining women's rights with abortion and stuff like that. So, and all Trump said is, I'm going to give it back to the states to decide.
Isn't that like the whole point of the United States, is that each state can actually make up its own mind?
So if you're not happy with one state, you can go to
another state.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It's like the law with like possession of weed and stuff. In some, even before it was legalized, like in some states it was like a small misdemeanor, and in some it's like massive, literally 3 strikes you could get a life imprisonment and stuff like that.
But it's still now, even in California, if you smoke weed on, obviously everyone knows I'm a snowboarder. If you smoke weed in the mountains in California, that's federal land. That's illegal.
Yeah, because it's still federally. Illegal.
You can't smoke weed or do anything on federal land.
So abortion laws.
I've got a whole nother theory about this, which this is definitely. I don't think that's a Peasantron conversation either.
What we can only say that on Peasantron.
No, I don't think we can even say it on there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We'll have to find another platform.
But that's
to say that on.
I've got a theory about why it's such a big thing in the States, the abortion laws and what's going on and where the money goes and who the farmers are and when they like to cook when they like to harvest their offal.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get me,
I do get you.
Yeah.
I do get you. Now this story here on the left is really bad. Again, this one came from Becky S. It's from the libs of TikTok. Minnesota man who spoke about his fear of a Trump-led government inflicting their misguided beliefs on his family, and it looks like he has little children, committed suicide after murdering his wife, his ex, and his 2 children following Trump's victory.
Yep.
Think about how psychotic and deranged you've got to be to think it would be better
Not only
to murder your entire family than them to live under Trump.
Think that. So this here, right? This is 100% bullseye to the dark occult priest-class social engineers. They have this was what the best thing that could have possibly happened from their social engineering, from their point of view. Someone has actually gone out and culled themselves and 4 other people.
It's just mental though, but also where it comes to fueling the divide of the peasant sphere, it's like the ultimate fuel for conservatives and right-wingers to say, look how unhinged and psychotic and actually murderous these people are that are against Trump.
Yeah.
They literally think it'd be better to murder their whole family than for their children not to, their daughter not to be able to have an abortion.
I don't know where they were in 2016 to 2020 when Trump
they survived
was in.
Those 4
they
years,
survived
4
those,
years, didn't they?
Was it, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy.
The mind control is strong, guys.
So when your mum is subtly saying she doesn't love you, what's this? I want my daughter to have the right to abortion that I didn't have.
It's probably not even her daughter.
It's probably a Photoshop sign, but it's out there in the peasant sphere. But this is the kind of stuff that's circulating online, and this is why I bring it to everyone's attention.
So much purple there, Michael.
Yeah, there's a lot of purple. A lot of purple. Right, so back to
purple.
Back to the sex strike thing. Purple hair. There's so many Jabba the Hutt memes about these far left liberal sort of SJW
This comes from
women.
that fat walrus that was on that podcast with
which one?
3 or 4 like put together women, and they had some fun.
Oh, do you mean
that fat fucking
Zorlok
walrus?
Zorlok
yeah,
the Destroyer?
yeah.
That's what. You know, that's a trans. That's a bloke.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. It's the DEI. The DEI hire.
So Jabba the Hutt says, I'm on a sex strike now that Trump's in. And C3PO says, the almighty Jabba will not be sleeping with any men for the next 4 years. Wow. Some really good Star Wars memes here. Just so we're just covering the liberal meltdown, the Trump derangement, rather. TDS, yeah. The best thing that ever happened to the gene pool. No sex till 2028. You get the idea.
What, even if JD Vance gets in?
Oh, yeah. Then he becomes president forever. We remember watching that video last week. That was dope. The best thing that's ever happened to the gene pool. Okay. The Babylon Bee, always classics. Postmenopausal lesbians flee America over concerns about forced pregnancies. Not banning abortion, forced pregnancies. The best thing about the Babylon Bee is it says that it's satire, but sometimes its headlines seem more real than real headlines.
It's like the sometimes the Sun newspaper and the shit right in the back of there is where they put stuff that's actually true.
Well, you mean like in Men in Black, where they're going to discover some new stories and they go to the newsstand and they get like the copy of the Daily Sport.
Often it is actually the case that they put stuff that is true and real right in the really shittest parts of the newspaper, the cringy bits that nobody wants to read.
That's a proper Black Cube tactic, that is. Absolutely. Pure theatre, draining the swamp by filling it up. So Donald Trump hands Elon Musk top new job in government efficiency department.
Had a bit of an epiphany last night, didn't you, Michael?
God,
about Thank you, Musk.
We literally had like a fucking high-fiving moment live in the Patreon video we recorded last night, which is coming out next week, about what we call it.
Thanks to Rabbi Shmuley.
Thanks to Rabbi Shmuley. Yeah. What did we call it? The third element.
I've got it. The third sect of the cube. And Enki Musk is the capstone.
The Enki stone.
The Enki capstone.
Yeah. So check out the Peasantron for that. Let me just get a QR code on the screen. Yeah, anyone that signs up to Peasantron tonight also gets a goodie bag full of stickers, beer mats. We've got Dr. Kinchy meme stickers. Same as if you buy anything.
There's all
off the
sorts in there,
website.
guys.
All sorts, Christmas cards.
Brian Sanders, if you're listening, mate, can you send us some CDs,
100%.
please? Yeah.
Oh, we've got an order there.
We have got an order here, Michael.
What's
Francis
has been entered into the competition to get the book,
and they have bought a sweater. Yeah,
our guest tonight,
nice.
Nathan Lucius, has kindly given us 3 signed copies of his new book.
So you will be
Fake
getting
Awake.
a signed copy of Nathan Lucifer's. Sorry,
Are we
Nathan
doing the first 3 people, or are we picking 3 people at random? I thought we were picking 3 people at random. All right, he was first. You can get it. You can get the first one. Is that another purchase there?
Hang on. No, it seems to be under a different name.
Oh,
but
okay.
the surname's the same.
Okay, Roscoe. You've got a book. You've got a book.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we're talking about Elon Musk. Let me get this back. Enki Musk, the ancient transhuman tech lord from 10,000 years ago, reincarnated into a meat suit.
Tell us you've been listening to Bro Sanchez without telling us you've been
So
listening
good.
to Bro Sanchez.
Hearing him go on about it was so funny. Right. What kind of stuff has Enki Musk been saying? And why is everyone leaving X? This is the exodus, the liberal exodus. Like Twitter is like becoming basically just whatever Enki Musk wants it to be. And all the people that hate Trump are leaving Twitter.
He is censoring. He is censoring some far left.
Well, it's a private platform. He can do whatever he wants. It's his platform.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But this is just, again, it's just stirring up the liberal pot.
Yeah, and
because they're just going absolutely mental.
All the anti-Trump people and the far leftists are all going to this thing called Blue Sky, which is a copy of Twitter.
I've also got there's nonce rings.
Oh yeah, it's full
Yeah.
of pedos and
Yeah.
furrians.
There's loads of it going on there,
and sex workers. It's like basically just like much worse than Twitter. So what's Enki Musk saying here on Fox News? Any parent who sterilises a child before they are consenting adult should go to prison for life. Now, if you just bear in mind that Enki Musk has just been given a job, basically overseeing Trump's presidency. He's in charge of the efficiency of the Congress.
Yes, he is.
He's made like a whole new role for
Not
him.
only that, he is next to Donald Trump constantly at the
Yeah.
moment. He is literally next to him all the
He's
time.
basically working the orange puppet via Neuralink already. You know,
Potentially.
Donald Trump has probably already got a Neuralink.
It was probably installed via his ear when he got shot.
That was the ceremony when he was having his Neuralink, because Trump is now 77 years old,
Yeah.
and he's literally got the energy of like a 30-year-old man. People are saying unless he has body doubles, which is a high possibility too, the amount of things he does in one day, the amount of different places he's able to get to.
I don't think they could body double Trump.
No,
they couldn't do
I'm
the
sure
movement.
a lot of people watching
The movements, Michael. They
Why
couldn't
they
do
clone
it.
it? What about a clone?
Yeah, they could clone him.
So is Enki Musk puppeting the Orange Messiah?
100%.
That's a very good question. So who is leaving X? Is it really that big? Well, The Guardian is no longer on X. They're not going to post to Twitter anymore.
Owned by Little Hats. Owned by Cuboids. One sect of the cube.
One side of the cube owns
33%.
So, okay.
It's quite literally 33% if it's a triad.
Pretty
there's
much.
3 sects.
Pretty much. So, this photo came out this week. Now, we talked a lot about RFK. We talked about it on last week's show. The new health minister kicking down Big Pharma, taking fluoride out of the water. What else is he doing? Removing E-numbers and dyes from food. He's doing a lot, apparently.
You are no longer allowed to cut your teenager's breasts off.
Oh yeah,
if that's required by their mental illness.
However, the new health minister, he sat here on, I guess this is Air Force One. That's
JD Vance.
Is that JD Vance?
Sorry,
that's young Trump.
That's not JD Vance.
That's Trump Jr.
Yeah. And then Enki Musk, and then Orange Man.
Orange Messiah.
And I don't know who this is, top right.
I was wondering that. It looks a little bit like Bill Gates.
I have seen this
guy.
I think this is the guy. I've seen him speaking in Congress.
He's obviously an important guy.
Yeah, he is. I think this is the guy that was saying a man is a man, a woman is a woman. There's no there's no argument to be had here. Basically,
Yeah.
he stood up and said that.
Right. Okay. Good on him.
To everyone. Yeah.
But I mean, the first thing that jumps out of here is that obviously they're eating Mackies.
So JFK, RFK Jr. here is absolutely he's a healthy dude, mate. There's no way he goes out.
He's
for Mackie.
ripped.
Like this is a fully staged photo because there's no way this motherfucker would be eating a McDonald's.
Don't think he would ever eat Mackies?
No chance.
He's in very good shape.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and he just wouldn't do it. Like, look at the expression on his face. He's like, yeah, I'll do it, but
like Trump Jr. is even like holding up the packet to show the Freemasonic arch.
Yeah.
Like, look at my golden arches, you fucking peasants.
Gosh.
But it gets better. I mean, why am I showing this photo? Why are we even talking about it? Apart from the fact that they're eating Mackies. So Andy PG pointed this out. And anyone in the comments, let's get interactive here. Does anybody know what the name of this painting is from, I don't know, the 15th, 16th, 17th century?
It's 1721, this painting, allegedly.
Let's just have a little flick back and forth. That is uncanny.
Allegedly, it could potentially be AI.
There is no... If this is a real photo... What, this painting?
Yeah, this potentially could be AI.
So we don't know if it's a real painting.
We don't know if it's real, no.
Could someone fact check this to make sure we're not chatting shit? Because I was under the impression that this is a real painting and that...
I think it could. It could be. But Becky pointed out to me. Obviously, Becky's an artist and she's a painter, so she knows like that you could just put settings into AI or commands that make it look like a certain style of paint.
You could turn that. You could do it by putting that photo into AI.
Exactly. So this could be just another red herring.
I tell you what.
Magenta herring.
Wait a minute. This guy's face up here looks a little bit retarded, and so does his.
Yeah.
This could be AI.
But if you look at it, look at the big flip back to the other one.
Who's saying look at the table?
Look at Orange Man Bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Now flip back. Look, little Trump opposite's wearing the crown.
Oh,
and the robes. Whereas Orange Man isn't.
Yeah, his hand here looks a bit shit as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this is
But
AI.
if you look at the picture, look, little mini Trump's he's got the crown.
Michelle Partridge says it's definitely AI. So who's this? The Shamanarchist said it looks like a Ram brand. Shamanarchist. That's a cool name.
Shamanarchist.
Big up the Shamanarchist each and every time. So, all right, I've concluded that this is Al Gore. It's still funny though. So here's a good one: Cognitive Dissonance 101. Did you get jabbed? No. Will you chip your brain? No. Do you support Jab Daddy and Captain Brain Chip? Yes. Buttons.
Come on!
I think that this is someone's put sausage fingers. They do look a bit sausagey, those fingers. Big shout out to Juicy and Lucy. Thank you for hooking us up with Captain Tim on last week's show. That's thanks to Juicy and Lucy. So yeah, I think this is a salient point because I mean I don't bother to get involved in this stuff on Facebook anymore, but there's a big common theme about people that we would sort of agree with a lot of stuff they say, which is totally on falling for the Trump and Enki Musk thing, thinking they've come to fight the deep state and everything like that. But when you present something like this is cognitive dissonance 101, because it's two diametrically opposed viewpoints.
Kyle Rattigan there in the chat. 1 second.
It's Kyle Rattigan saying that was a real painting.
It's Dietz Knudsen.
Sounds like something Godfad would say.
Yeah. Maybe he is Flemish.
Maybe he is Flemish. Do you know the name of the picture, Kyle? Let us know. Yeah, so...
Because allegedly... Right, sorry, I've just remembered. Go back to the picture.
Right. Oh, no, here.
Allegedly, if it's 1721... The American Revolution was 1776, right? So this is prior to that, like sort of few years before. This could be like a homage to the people organising the change, the revolution. Yeah, but they doesn't necessarily have to be good. This could be fucking Enki Musk's Neuralink.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a real painting, surely we have to conclude that this painting is depicting something important.
Yeah, so why are they mimicking it? That's what I'm saying.
They would have to be mimicking it to pay homage to it or to be carrying out some sort of ritual or something. What's everyone saying?
It is odd.
Yeah, it is odd. It is odd. Right, okay, so the last subject we're going to talk about before we chat to Nathan in a short while, because he said he'll be joining us shortly.
Nathan Lucifer.
Nathan Lucifer, that's right. Nathan Lucius. Big shout out to our guest tonight. Right, Sky News. Breaking, Ukraine has fired British-supplied Storm Shadow missiles into Russia. Everyone has heard about that this week. Quick video.
Можно предположить географию ответа в случае, если короткий пресс-релиз Белого дома станет реальностью. Под угрозой без малого все европейские столицы, если наши ракеты встанут в Калининграде, Берлин, Варшава, все Прибалты, Париж, Бухарест, Прага. Конечно, американские базы в Германии, Гармии Шпартенкирхен, казармы Патча, Шпангдалем, Рамштайн. Особое внимание Британии, нашему традиционному врагу, так как против нее будет работать значительная часть Северного флота. Под удар Вашингтон ставит не только Лондон, но и Манчестер, Бирмингем, крупнейшую военно-морскую базу Девонпорт, Клайд в Шотландии, где король хранит ядерные ракеты «Трайдент», Портсмут и Чатамскую верфь в графстве Кент. Британия в самом уязвимом положении. В принципе, достаточно 3 ракет, и эта цивилизация...
Wow. Pretty alarming on the face of it. Am I alarmed? Not really. Not really. And I'll tell you why. I mean, look at some of the stuff that's coming out in the UK media. Russian nuke targets. The experts' step-by-step guide to surviving a nuclear attack. How to stop your skin melting. Why to keep your mouth open so your eardrums don't burst. Use soap but not conditioner. What? And what you will really need after the blast. Obviously, the fear-mongering is being turned up. That really was a clip from Russian TV where they're talking
Allegedly, that's an old clip.
Oh, is it?
That's not a recent clip, allegedly.
Oh, right, so it's just showing...
Allegedly, I can't confirm that.
Right, okay. So, Kieran D says, nonsense, Musk...
Also, I've just had a message from Becky saying 100% that painting is AI.
Is it?
Yeah, and she's an artist, so I'm going to take her word for it.
Thanks, Becky, yes. Nonsense, Musk can't even send a rocket from Florida to Bermuda. Good point. So, what I was just saying to the Ramish community here, Andy, is like, am I concerned about that video, about stuff like this?
Well, let's break it down, Michael. What's currently going on? You've got the Orange Messiah is just about to step into power.
Yeah.
He's just been elected. You've got, so that's one warring faction of the Cuboid organisation.
Yeah, the Orange Cube sect.
So wouldn't it be prudent if you were the opposition who's going to be leaving the White Building to then stir up as much shit as you possibly could?
That's one way to look at it.
But it's just a possibility.
Or the other way to look at it is...
And I'm not talking about to destroy the world. I'm talking about for a warring faction.
Sure. I mean, that's sort of
from
like...
your adversary.
That's like symmetrical rather than asymmetrical warfare.
Yeah.
What I'm going to suggest is it's possibly going to be more like this. That the stage has been set with these missiles from America and the UK via Ukraine being fired into Russia.
It's a proxy war.
For us now to enter a period where Trump's faction of the Black Cube organisation comes in and provides the solution by sorting it out. But maybe we need digital ID. Maybe we need to increase this. Maybe so. I personally think that what we're being led up to is actually the Cold War 33.
Nice.
Because for anyone that doesn't know, a lot of us, if you're our age, early 40s, late 30s, you grew up during the Cold War, which actually went on from the 1940s, 50s, right up until 1991.
And essentially what it was they were just pointing nukes at each other.
The Cold War was a global conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union that lasted from the late 1940s until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Cold War was a battle of ideas between capitalism and communism, but it also involved other ideologies and national interests. Now, it was called the Cold War because it never went hot. But what did it allow to happen? A great amount of fear was generated for energy harvesting.
Rights being taken away.
Lots of rights being taken away.
Legislation being implemented.
It got the military-industrial complex to be able to keep ramping up their A&R their production.
Made a hell of a lot of peasants, like elite class, rich.
Now,
from the peasants'
what
expense.
What about if it's something like this? This area, this new stage that we're going into is going to be a new version of the Cold War, where this sort of like binary is put up again. But this time, it won't be the slow destruction of the Soviet Union with the Berlin Wall coming down when everyone realised, oh, it's all lies, it's all bullshit, we can now be free. Maybe this time that's going to happen
to the West.
Yeah. It will be the fall of the Soviet Union, while the ex-Soviets, who stand for freedom, justice, like
non-GMO food.
Yeah, non-GMO food, no 5G weaponry.
No woke.
Yeah. So that's how I feel it's more likely to play out. I mean, and if we just look at...
the cube there, right in the centre.
Oh, yeah, look at that. So the front page of The Economist is always like very prophetic. It always seems to look forward to what's going to happen over the next year or over the next decade, and through diagrams and pictures tends to sort of be very... It predicts things pretty accurately, let's be honest. So on the left is the one from this year, 2024, and I guess that's Putin looking over at Zelensky. There are missiles behind them. You've got sort of like the dove piece there.
Phoenix.
A phoenix or a phoenix. But most importantly, the cube in the middle. Look at the cube there.
Yeah.
And that, I guess that's the ballot box.
That's the ballot box. Mate.
And then if you look at the next year, 2025, it looks a lot different. It looks a lot more sort of like Cold War Soviet Union, doesn't it?
Well, if you look at the left-hand picture, you've got Zelensky and Putin facing off, basically. Haven't you? And look at them in the bottom. Look at them in the right-hand picture. They're separated. Look at Zelensky. Look, is going up. Probably Ukraine's going to do well financially.
Yep.
Trump, there's a fucking tick arrow above his head, so that's going to be financial. Look, you've got a blood serum.
Blood syringe. Look what's right at the top.
Saturn, mate. Saturn. You've got a cube in the middle. Donald Trump in a square, a black square. And the fucking colours of the black. Solar death cult cuboids is black and red.
Wow. Yeah, I could look at this all day and draw more from it.
Yeah, mate. There's so much to break down here. Loads. Look. You've got Michael. You've got the cube here above Zelensky's head with an arrow going down.
Yeah, you have. Cube head.
You've got electric car there between Trump and a dollar sign. That's Enki Musk.
Nuclear.
Isn't it?
There's a nuclear sign there.
Yeah,
next
all
to
the
Putin.
atom.
Yeah. I wonder when this was drawn.
And look, you've got go back. You've got occult symbology. Who's this bitch here on the left?
Is that the woman from the World Bank?
Yes, it is. And then look to the right, the eye with a nuclear sign in.
Yeah.
And then above that, occult. I think that's Nordic symbology.
No, that's the sign for the yen, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I think it's using multiple things. And look at the top left. Look, you've got economy going down, maybe.
Yeah.
And look, this part. Look, it's got America above this bitch's head.
It's amazing how much is actually being communicated in that diagram.
You've got a big city there. Is that Schwab City? And
Yeah.
then look to the left. That's the fucking Nemesis X object.
Yeah, that red thing there, the Nemesis X object.
Shout out to Jason Bashirs at RKX.
Big shout out to everybody in the chat. So, right, we're going to speak to Nathan in just a moment. So, John O'Looney, the famous undertaker who was pulling the calamari out of people, out of their veins, the people that had died after going to the Britney Spears concert, he talks about loads of subjects now, and there'll be more from him later on in the show. Dear President Putin, Westminster coordinates are 51.995. You can see all the numbers. There is a very slight easterly wind. Hopefully it shouldn't matter too much for a few feet either way. Thursday afternoons is best time as it's debate time, especially if they are debating their pay rises or their second home expenses allowance. It will be packed. Please give them all. We are fucking
Please get them all.
Please get them all. We are fucking sick of them. And then he's wrote something in Russian. What do you think of that, PG?
Well, I was the one that shared it on our... To put this up, I think this is quite prominent that someone's actually inviting...
inviting Putin to send an Exocet missile.
Not just inviting, they're actually giving them designated coordinates of precisely where to hit. Not that the KGB doesn't already know that anyway.
Amazing.
But I just think it's funny that this is going so mainstream.
Okay, right. So I think that is about as many subjects as I wanted to speak about.
We are 3 minutes away from.
That's the perfect
from
time.
Getting Lucifer. Sorry, Mr. Lucius.
That's the perfect time to start talking about this week's show. So there's a guy called Nathan Lucius. He's written a book that's called Fake Awake, and it covers a lot of the misconceptions, the psyops of the truth community. He warned me tonight. He said, Lance, I'm going to come on the show. I'm going to say some things that people might not want to hear, might hurt their feelings. I said, mate, this is Rise Above. The more offensive, the better.
Bring it.
So I'm just going to look over to the green room and ask for a thumbs up from Nathan. I've got the thumbs up. Let's welcome him to the show. We've already done the sound check. This is going to work perfectly. Nathan Lucius, welcome to Rise Above.
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
There we go. I'm all right. Is the sound working all right?
Yeah, you're all good,
Working
my man. Live and
absolutely
clear.
Everyone in the chat, just let us know that you can hear Nathan nice and clear on the same kind of level as me and Andy. We all want to be on the same level. Don't want to be overpowering anyone. So, Nathan, introduce yourself a little bit generally before we start talking about the book. What's your background? How have you come down this road?
Right. Okay. I hate it when people ask me that because it's not as glorious as people would like it to be. I suppose the most exciting part of my background is I used to work for the CAB for 6 years, doing legal stuff, advice, and all of that. So that's about as exciting as it gets. Unfortunately, I've had a bit of a colourful history before that, but you'll have to read the book if you want to know more about that. So, oh, by the way, guys, it's about bloody time that somebody pronounced my name correctly. I mean, you did it first time, Lucifer. It's great.
Lucifer, yeah, of course.
That was going to be a question tonight.
We had to bring it up because look, everyone's going to say the same as they call us Freemasons, and that our studio is funded by the
my
Tabernacle
surname is
Institute.
Murdoch, and I've got my own little media station, right? So I always get told that I'm related to Rupert Murdoch all the time.
I get accused of being a paedophile because my name's Andy Pizzagate.
Nathan, do you get half-baked truthers saying, why is your name like Lucifer?
Well, so guilty confession. That's a name change that I did. I did it deliberately.
Okay,
So,
even better. I love that.
So yeah, I hated my name. Basically, I had a bit of trauma when I was growing up, and I just joking around one day, I said, one of these days I'm going to change my name. And this, the lass I lived with, she said, well, why don't you do it now? And I went, what? Just like that. And she went, yeah, just go and change your name. So I thought, all right, it can't be that easy, surely. So anyway, it was. So I thought, right, how can I trigger as many people as possible? And I thought, right, okay. I've always liked the name Nathan. I thought, so if I was ever going to change my name, it would be Nathan. I thought I always wanted, like, for a surname or for a middle name, something Roman, sort of like Latin-esque. I thought, well, what can I go for? I thought, let's go for Lucifer. I thought, no, that's a bit too on the nose. That. So I thought, well, Lucius. So basically, the name, cutting through all the crap, it literally means, so Nathan means to bring. It's also another word for gift, and Lucius is the named version for lux in Latin, which is light. So it's light bringer. So.
Okay.
So there you go. So no doubt I'll get accused of all sorts, but it wouldn't be anything new. Hence the
like we said though, it's only half-baked truthers that would be asking you.
Oh, mate, I tell you what, they don't half take things personally. I mean, I know there's I get accused of picking on Christians, but holy hell,
I enjoy picking on Christians. I enjoy picking on Christians. They're easily triggered. I enjoy picking on Christians.
Yes,
they're easily triggered.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. So it's kind of they get so butthurt over the smallest things. I mean, you
Yes,
kind of bring them up over the smallest contradictions and inconsistencies and things like that, and then you get the apologetic answers. No, it's the usual excuses, and then you just think, okay, well, let's see how strong your faith is, and then you kind of start telling them a little bit about the religion that they think they know all about. And then that's when they start getting really defensive about it. And so, let them get on with it, basically. I've got nothing against Christians, but I do have a problem with hypocrisy.
I just think it's funny.
It can be.
I just think it's funny. It's funny.
It can be. So I'll tell you what I should have done. I should have brought my robes. So the guy on the front of the book with all the robes and stuff on, yeah, that's me. Shall I really trigger the audience and stick the robe on?
Yeah, go for it, for sure.
2 minutes.
All right, yeah, get it.
Okay, so let's just...
Well, I'm just going to let everyone know that we have got 3 copies of this book, Fake Awake. Let's just get this camera up here. In fact, let's use the peasant cam.
Let's do it.
Fake Awake. It is signed in person by Nathan Lucius.
By Lucifer himself.
By Lucifer himself. A nice fat book. Cults, psyops,
Mate,
psychosis.
there's loads in there. Like, this is a hard book to read. It's small text. There's a lot in there.
And the systematic destruction of the truth movement. To be in with a chance of winning the next 2 copies of this, you need to purchase something from the website tonight. The QR code is here. Whether it's an event ticket, a T-shirt, a beanie, purchase something from the website tonight to get in a chance to win one of these 2 signed books that we still have available. Fake Awake, from not Wake and Bake, Fake Awake by Nathan Lucius. And here is the man himself in his robes.
In his ceremonial robes.
Brilliant.
Excellent. Excellent.
I couldn't resist. Do you know, I'm surprised I haven't been accused of being satanic and all of that stuff just for the robes alone, but I'll explain the robes, actually. The meditation robes. So when you meditate, your body temperature drops, or at least mine does anyway. And I thought, well, if you put a jumper on, then you tend to get a little bit too warm. So I thought, well, I need something that'll cover my body, but it'll be loose fitting. So there you go, hence a robe. But no doubt people will jump to the
functional robe.
So
yeah, there's nothing wrong with a functional robe. No, nothing wrong with that at all.
Absolutely. I've got the Thor's hammer to go with it as well. So I've got. Let's get
excellent.
A bit of everything
Yes.
Oh, you're a white supremacist as well. Brilliant.
Absolutely. Well, why not? I mean, it's a toxic white male, and
I have many Nordic white supremacist tattoos on the right side of my head because I'm far right.
Well, clearly, I mean, what else could you be these days? I mean, if you don't
Yes.
go along with a woke agenda, you must clearly be far right, toxic, and all the rest of it. So.
Absolutely, by default. Now we have some mutual friends, Nathan. One of them being Mark Devlin, who is sort of our contact with you. I know about you through Mark. I've known Mark for many years. He's a great researcher, mate. And I believe you've been collaborating as well.
Collaborating, that's an interesting choice of words. Actually, Mark's a great guy. I've known him since lockdown, really, because obviously his car rant kind of it spurred a lot of people into. I think we were already angry at that point. We were angry and frustrated, and he kind of said the things that we were all thinking, and at that point I thought I've got to make contact with this guy. So I did, just emailed him, and it went from there. But yeah, he's a great guy. We've got a couple of other contacts in common. The sheep farm as well.
Yeah.
So absolute top guys. So yeah.
I believe have you been on Sheep Farm and Mark's podcast recently talking about the book?
Yeah. Yes.
Mate, you've doing the full circuit, the Mark Devlin Sheep Farm Rise Above circuit. Yeah. We do tend to share guests. I guess it's because all of us guys are on the same sort of wavelength. We have a certain level of understanding of this stuff. There's not a lot of other people that are doing this, which I really feel comfortable, being on a platform with. And I guess that's sort of part of the reason why you've come to write this book.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. But I mean, as far as companies concerned, I consider myself in the best of company with you guys and Sheep Farm and Mark. Couldn't really ask for better contacts, better friends, So there we go.
Respect.
No, absolutely. I mean, you guys do the work that a lot of people should be doing. I say should be doing. I hate using that word to say that people should and shouldn't, but there's a lot of the truth movement that is dormant, and people know stuff, and they think they have all this information at hand, and what are they doing with it? Because we are seriously running out of time to do anything about this. The agenda is getting ramped up by the day, and we're just sat back thinking, oh, it's all right, someone else will take care of it. So part of the reason for writing the book was to basically attempt to give the truth movement a kick up the arse.
Okay.
So if that answers that question, I don't know.
No, sure. I mean, what in your opinion, apart from inaction, do you think people have been getting wrong? What else is lacking that has spurred you to do this? Right.
Okay. So I might as well get the source stuff out of the way first. So flat Earth, I think that is a massive psyop, and I know there's a lot of flat Earthers that probably that are on the chat. What I would say is, if it looks like a psyop and it acts like a psyop, it's probably a psyop. But I've got my reasons for it. And again, look, I've got friends who are flat Earthers. I've got nothing against that, but I really, really think that people need to look into that and just give it a second look. And probably the second most contentious psyop that I'm writing about in the book is the common law movement.
Oh, that's so interesting that this was a massive talking point. I'm not sure, Nathan, if you caught our show last week. Sorry, 2 weeks ago. We had a guy on
Graham Moore, Daddy Dragon.
Graham Moore, Daddy Dragon, and he went into some depth.
Well, I was asking him about what he thought about Freeman on the land stuff, which is sort of linked with the natural law, and he basically went on this
he knows a lot.
Rampage about it.
He's battled the courts and stuff like that, and we were talking about common law, and he did determine, I think, that it's bullshit.
Right, Nathan, why is common law a psyop?
I don't think the common law itself is a psyop. I think it's I mean, the information that's there. It's an ancient tradition that's been passed through all countries at some point. It's a legal institution, but I think when people advocating for it are on different planes of existence, if you like. I mean, you get all these the common law advocates, and they're all telling you different things. So, for example, you can go onto several Facebook groups, and they're all telling you that this is the way it's done, and this is what we should be doing, etc., etc. But they can't agree on a single version of it. That to me tells me that there's a lot of misconceptions around it. If people spouting common law, they're not on the same page, then who do you know who to trust? And a lot of
for sure.
The other thing is, I mean, look. I don't agree with taxation and council tax and paying for utility and all of this stuff, especially as it's, for example, in the case of utility companies, they're brokers, right? So I don't think anybody could really argue against that. But at the same time, if the legal institutions of the country don't recognize it and they're not upholding it, then people that are following the common law narrative, they're going to get themselves into a hell of a lot of trouble. And they have done. I know a lot of people who've not paid their council tax, who've not paid their utility bills, me included. I went down the utility bill route and thought, well, sod them. I'm not doing it.
Did you end up with a court summons by any chance?
There were solicitors involved,
yeah. I'm sure you did.
And did it end up costing you more?
It's okay telling people, don't worry about that. And, you'll be able to just read up on it. And it's like,
quickly, Nathan. So you just mentioned you went down the utility bills thing, not paying that. Like you said, you got solicitors involved. You could have obviously continued with that, but where do you think you would have ended up?
Bankrupt for life, I think.
And where would you be currently residing?
Well, I'd have had a probably small window about that big with a couple of
bars in it. Precisely. So there's your psyop. That's the end of the psyop.
Do you reckon it was fair to say that you spent more on the solicitors than you would if you paid the original bills?
In my particular case, I kind of got off I think I got off lightly. Because basically what they did is they gave me a lump sum of what they said I owed me, but because I wasn't paying it, they said, well, it doesn't matter whether it's estimated or not. Well, I would disagree with that, but it was very, very clear to me that the institutions, such as the Ombudsman backing them, they've got open door policies and, revolving staff members going in and out of the industry. And I wasn't going to win it. I don't really know what to say, but in terms of paying more than I would have, especially when they start adding charges onto it and things like that.
Yeah, sure.
So,
and you probably wasted a whole load of your time.
That was the worst part of it.
Yeah.
You'd sit there for what, 3 or 4 hours of your day, and you'd book up on all the legal jargon and stuff like that, and you take all the stuff that you learned from the common law movement. You think, right, I'm going to hit them there, and they can't come back from that, because no joinder equals no contract equals no agreement, blah blah blah. So I thought I'm going to go down that route. Tried the no name, where they say, you're the occupier, etc. Tried that. Yeah, they had a way around that as well. It doesn't matter what I threw at them, they threw it straight back, and the threats got worse and worse and worse. But not only that, at a certain point, they just started ignoring me. And then they got the not bailiffs, they got the debt collectors in, and then they got the solicitors in. And I just looked at it, I thought, how many hours of letter writing and stuff like that have I put into this? For what? I wasn't going to win. There was no way. I've not seen anybody actually come out of this and win
precisely
one of these cases. The only thing I have seen is credit card debt's been wiped.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're talking about this, because there has been a big movement of, like you say, stop paying the council tax, and also the one which I find a lot scarier, which people are falling for, is stop paying your mortgage.
Yes.
Now, there was one very prominent person, I won't mention their name, but I called them out online because they were promoting their book and selling their book, which taught people how to not pay their mortgage by showing that the contract was false, the bank should have never lent them the money in the first place.
Yeah.
Right? And I said, right, can you give me a case study of where someone has followed your protocols and had their not paid their mortgage and not had their house repossessed? And all I got was, you obviously haven't read the book. I said, no, I haven't read the book, but I'm just asking for one case study so I can put my mind to rest that this isn't bullshit. Yeah. Obviously, they couldn't produce one, or at least they refused to. I know if it was me, if I'd given up trying to sell the book, I would have said, look, here's the case study, here's the link, go and look at it yourself. Yeah. I was just thinking, you know, whether that contract is fraudulent or not, you signed that contract.
Which means you agreed to it. And again, as much as we might not think that we're agreeing to, you know, legalese and that we've been duped into contracts and stuff like that, yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a lot of duplicity in the legal profession without a shadow of a doubt. You know, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that it's the right way to go. But you know, let's take council tax for an example there. Well, no, actually, let's stick with a mortgage. If you want to lose your house, yeah, sure, we'll go for it and see how far you get, but just be prepared to lose because, you know, again, look, we know we're dealing with corrupt institutions. We know we're dealing with agendas that go far beyond the courts and far beyond government. And as far as I can see, I've not seen anybody that's actually won that particular argument.
And the other point to note here is, if you do go down this route, especially the not paying your mortgage route, that's the most retarded one you could do.
Dangerous, mate.
Don't forget, in the future, you might just want something from these dark occult priest-class bankers, and you ain't getting lent anything.
With my proper tinfoil hat on, when I heard of this movement to tell people, i.e. truthers, to stop paying your mortgage, all I thought about was, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Imagine if the psyop was really that deep and that twisted, that it was that these people that were putting this out were being groomed by someone who basically had a little sustainable goals wheel on to try and end private ownership. And let's face it, the number one type of private ownership they want to end is property. So you don't own where you live. Even a mortgage is you still have more ownership of that place than you do if you're renting. I know people that, you know, slate mortgages like, oh, it's a death agreement. Yeah, it is. But when you pay, you might be paying interest, but when you pay off the money, some of it is going towards you eventually owning that house, and people do pay off their mortgages.
I'd just like to interject here. Shout out to Jason. He will be receiving his Rise Above garment and a free signed copy of Fake and Awake by
okay, so we're doing the first 3 people to buy something gets it.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we've got one more of these signed copies of Nathan's book, Fake Awake, available. The next person that buys something off the website, this will be posted to you.
There's one more, guys. One more
available.
Get your grubby little
big shout to everyone supporting.
Let me tell you, unbelievable.
Thank you, Grandmaster Ginny.
Yeah. So, is it part of the Great Reset to get everyone to lose their house? Do you think?
I think the whole common law movement. I think there's a lot of genuine people in there that think that they're doing the right thing, or they're read up on the subject, and they might very well be read up on it, but they're not going to win, as far as I can see. I think this is a way to get people to look stupid, to get the whole movement to look stupid, to make us look uneducated, if you like, and a little bit mad, a little bit fringe, as if we have, you know, one system of law for us and an entirely different system of law for everyone else. That, you know, just because they don't know about it, that's why they're not, benefiting from it. I would say that this was coming from a very, very deep-rooted operation. Yeah.
Because here's the other thing: when you try and enact these common law ideas, you're sort of admitting that the current power structure is not abiding by common law, and they're sort of breaking the rules to get what they want. So if you understand that as a given, what's going to stop you going in there saying everything right under the common law or the Magna Carta or whatever, and them just doing whatever they want anyway?
Well, you know, people seem to think that they can escape the system because it's not a lawful institution and things like that. Again, look, they've got access to your credit. So if they want to destroy your credit score and your credit report, they'll do that overnight. That's nothing to them. If they want to put you behind bars, they'll do that. If they want to make an example of you, they'll do that. If they want to add, you know, fees and interest, and they'll do all of it. They'll pile it on. They don't care. I think we're playing right into their hands. And again, I know a lot of people who are advocates of the common law, movement, for want of a better word. I just think it's a trap. I really do.
My idea was always to beat them at their own game, to use the system, to understand the system, and use that as a weapon. Here's an example. I tried to say this to Daddy Dragon, Graham Moore, the other week, but he was steamrolling all over me. When I got arrested in 2020, the whole reason we're doing Rise Above and everything, I was on one of those, COVID Act charges, £10,000 fine, and everyone was saying to me, do common law, don't get a solicitor, they'll stitch you up, they're definitely going to stitch you up, no solicitor in the land is going to work for you, they're all working for the Temple Bar. This is what everyone was telling me, but I trusted my instinct. We got a very good barrister, and the barrister was paid by us, they were working for us, they absolutely smashed it, and we set precedent. And I was just thinking, I'm really glad that I didn't listen to those people and go in there and start going, you can't, this doesn't apply because XXX. What we did was we looked at the actual, what it said in the COVID Act, it read it out, and it said, you have the right to protest against the government. It's actually written in the Act. Now, if we hadn't played the game and played by the rules and used their rules against them, we would have never found that out, wasted loads of time, probably wasted loads more money, and I'd probably still got a massive fine.
You'd have still been paying the price. I'll tell you, here's
all from reading the small print.
Yeah, well, nobody likes to do that. We all. To be fair, I mean, even small print, things like that, contracts, and who reads the small print these days? So legally, if you're not reading it, then you're not fully informed. So how can you give your consent to something if you're not fully informed in it? But again, that's no excuse in the eyes of the legal institutions, because they'll just say, well, ignorance is not an excuse, and so they'll hold that against you. So I think personally, it's coercion. And it's forced consent. You look at, if you buy a product, if you buy especially something technological, a piece of software or a computer or something like that, you bought the product before you sign the agreement. That's not fair. To me, that's not right. But it doesn't mean that it's not a legal claim that they can make. You bought it, therefore you're agreeing to whatever we say in order for you to use it. I don't agree with it. This is what I mean. Just because we don't agree with something doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I'll give you another example. I think I'm all right speaking about this at the minute anyway. Have you heard of the Porcupine Pub?
No.
Right, okay. So this is where I came into contact with a lot of truthers, especially when lockdowns were kind of coming to an end. There's a guy basically opened a pub, and if you remember the Great Reopening, he basically put a Facebook post and he said, right, I'm opening the pub. Everyone come along. He said, I'm not going to close the door. I'm not going to bar anyone out. He said, just come along. And of course he did. But because he advertised it on Facebook, the boys in blue kind of turned up and said, right, we want the names of everybody that's turned up, because they're all in breach of lockdown rules. They're all in breach of, going against the COVID Act or whatever the hell. Legal.
Just watch that C word there, Nathan. Mate,
I said
that's still a little sweat, and you, Michael.
I know.
I'll find you
lazy.
10
Too used to
shekels
Patreon where we can say whatever we want. Yeah, we'll
you need to blank that bit out. Yeah, completely forgot. Yeah, sorry.
No, unfortunately, we're live. It's okay.
Yeah, no. Oops. But anyway, so yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting YouTube's.
Please don't say the V word either. We specifically don't say the V word here.
Yeah, but if we do, we just point everyone towards the World Health Organization website to get the best health advice. That's what it says in my YouTube training.
That is where you go, Michael, for all your information.
Well, you've got to. I mean, anyway.
So back to the pub. They were trying to take everyone's name that had attended.
Yeah. So basically, long story short, the guy who owned the pub, he refused to do that. So they took him to court to shut him down. First thing they did is took his drinks license away from him, so he couldn't serve alcohol. From what I understand, he could still sell food and snacks and coffees and things like that. But then they threatened. All along, we were saying, we'll use common law to keep it open and stuff like that. And I think we got about 2 years out of it before they just completely took all his licenses off him, put him out of business, left him with a hefty fine. So again, it's not for lack of trying, but it doesn't work. And I've seen this. I went to the courts to watch the trials play out. I even went to the High Court in Leeds to see the final verdict of this. We tried the common law route. It didn't work. We even tried the legal route. We tried to pull some loopholes and the small print and all of that. Didn't work. And now the guy's lost his pub. We've lost our community up there. And that's just one example of many. If you want to look into other examples, you've got the council tax thing. I know a lot of people who've received bills, prison threats, fines, and all of that. It's for staggering amounts. People have even been threatened with losing their homes if they don't pay up the council tax. So yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, again, it's okay saying all this stuff, but unless we've got a unified movement that can gather together and say, look, we're not putting up with this. This is what we want, and this is what we don't want. and we can all stick together on the same page, but we don't have that. We've got the truth movement. It's going in 60 different directions, and anybody who's got a bit of information or an opinion or a belief that goes against anyone else, it's like they're made into a pariah. They're outcasts now. That's not a strong movement. Where's the sanctity of our, conviction for truth and freedom? It's gone.
Right.
That's very interesting. So you
very
think that people in the truther movement are basically intolerant of anyone that might not agree with, because everyone sort of has their sacred holy cow, whether it's the shape of the earth, whether they're holding a religion underneath it all, whether they actually believe that people like Trump and Musk have come to save us. A lot of people do have a holy cow, and if you diss their holy cow, then you're basically the enemy. You're probably a Freemason.
You're shattering their belief system.
A paedophile. Like we had it on this station that made a video about a load of us, calling us all Freemason shills, and in the comment section, he was getting a lot of comments on it, and anyone that questioned him, he literally instantly wrote just Freemason shill in capital letters underneath. Like he had it on a button. Like it was a get out clause for anyone. What you're against?
You talk about Terror Slim?
No, no, I'm talking about that guy called Israel something.
Israel.
He had Israel in his name, and he
was. I've heard a few things about this particular character you're on about.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He had to go at us, Sheep Farm, Esoteric Knight of Malta, and a couple of other people, all in one video. But he got loads of details wrong. He said Esoteric Knight of Malta does streams with his shirt off, which he doesn't. He also said he was a rapper, which he's not. I think.
He does him in a vest. I've seen him in a vest.
A vest he's like in a boat in Malta or something.
A vest.
Not a Rapsy Nesbitt vest, though, right? Surely.
A nice stringy wife beater.
Right, guys, the last copy of Nathan Lucifer's book is going to Neil.
Congratulations, Neil. You got the 3rd signed copy of Fake Awake.
And
I guess, Nathan.
Enjoy.
Excellent.
They're all signed, so enjoy. I hope everyone enjoys it when they receive it, and well done to anyone who's won a copy tonight.
You should have signed him in blood, Mr. Lucifer. Anyway,
well, you have to these days. Obviously, being hang on a minute, let me get this straight. A shill, a gatekeeper, a naive, easily swayed, satanic Luciferian. Did I miss anything with that one?
Is that your title?
What a resume!
Is that your title?
Yeah,
fucking
of course.
amateur,
Is
that all you got? Is that all you've got? We're amateur.
We found the name of this channel, Israel Diego Riviera. That was the one we were talking about. Thank you very much, Philly.
Should we dissect another psyop subject? Do you think, Nathan, in your book? What you've mentioned the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you about natural law.
Yeah, fantastic.
Because that's one of my field of expertise.
Because here's the thing: when we looked on the front of the book, you've got a list of lots of different subjects here. And natural law is one of them, and I wasn't sure what is natural law a psyop too.
No, but I read your chapter on natural law this afternoon, and you break down the New Age natural law.
I had fun doing that.
Yeah, I actually have never heard of the New Age, the 12 tenets, the 12 commandments of natural law. And I told Lance about it. I was like, this is just straight up the 12 tenets of the New Age natural law. It's just fucking got a religious connotation all over it.
Some of it, mate.
It's like the Pope's just licked it.
It's how am I alright to swear on YouTube?
Absolutely, please do.
It's batshit crazy. That's the only word I can give to that. I've got to be honest. All I did for that is I thought, right, okay, I know there's a lot of fluff out there about natural law. I suspect they're trying to deviate away from that.
Three separate examples of 3 separate quote-unquote gurus of the New Age movement's list of natural law, which I thought was good. You have done your research there. I did notice something about your writing, Nathan. I could tell straight away that you are a big Mark Passio fan.
What gave it away?
Much like myself. Well, the first line of the first paragraph of the natural law chapter, you mentioned his name, and I could tell straight away. You mentioned retard in the first 7 pages of that chapter twice, so I did know straight away.
You should have had the retard button.
Can we have the retard?
Yes,
I just said sorry. The retard button.
The problem is you're fucking retard.
Thank you, Mark.
There
Passio.
you go.
So I could tell straight away you've you've been through and you've had listened to all of his podcasts. Is that correct?
Many times. In fact, I've just now for the last week, because I'm on to book number 2 now. I'm going to try and pull off the impossible, but we'll come to that another time. I've gone through about 6 of his seminars. I'm on about the big ones, just to kind of give myself a refresher, make sure that I know it correctly, that I understand it fully, and actually, I think I've got it pretty well grounded.
I'm actually on my fourth time round now, listening to all of his podcasts from start to finish, and it is really good to go back and listen to him to let it really sink in.
Let's go back to these New Age gurus. What? Because we didn't really get anywhere with that. What are they doing with a subject like natural law? Are they twisting it and just sort of making it uber cringe?
It's exactly the same thing. The end game, the end goal is exactly the same as the common law thing. It's to waste your fucking time and do nothing. It's essentially a stand down operation. The New Age movement is to make you sit there and think that you can change the world by meditating on a cloud with fucking Buddha candles and shit around you, and burning joss sticks and drinking hot chocolate and calling it a medicine.
Would you agree with that, Nave?
I think he's just nailed it, to be fair. I think that's exactly it. So if you have a look at there's a chapter called Love, Light and Full of Shite. I think I had the most fun writing that one, actually, because it takes the New Age movement. And so what I think they've done is, a lot of the people who don't understand the New Age properly, they'll say, oh, it's the occult. Well, actually, no, the New Age stole bits of information from the occult and used it for themselves, and they twisted it. They've twisted it and molded it into what I can only refer to as fluff. It's pointless misdirection.
It's another another point of what it's for. It's to deliberately weaken the masculine,
without a shadow of a doubt. Which again plays into what's happening now with all the okey pokies. You know, it's the idea that I tell you what, one of my biggest problems with the New Age movement is manifestation. And I looked into it and I thought, right, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try and manifest. And, looked into all the methods and, you write it down and you visualize it and then you've got to live through it. And I tell you what, not only did it not work, it got me into one hell of a lot of trouble. I'm not going to go into that because I narrowly evaded something that could have gone. I didn't break any laws. There was nothing like that, nothing nefarious, but it could have gone so much worse. And I just thought, no, it's time to call this out for what it is, which is basically, as you've described it, a stand-down operation. If you think everything's love and light and you can manifest your own reality, is there any chance those people still believing in that? Can you manifest a, let's say, new world structure so that certain things disappear from the existing structure? Because that would be wonderful if you can manage to pull that off. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not entirely liking our shared reality at the minute.
Well, it doesn't seem to be going in a great direction generally, but I guess you could say that it's been happening for a long time.
Isn't Trump here to save the day, though?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, don't forget the white hats. Oh, they'll come and save us. Believe me, trust the plan. We don't know what the plan is. Just trust it. And even though nothing ever happens that's in the plan that we don't know about, they've got it all under control. Right? Isn't that right?
It sounded a little bit too good to be true. Even when back in... when did Q first come out? Are we talking...
It's like 2015, 2016, I think.
No, it was. I thought it was 16, 17, maybe.
From what I understand, it was 2017. So this is
Didn't it start on 8chan, though?
Yeah.
And then went to 4chan. No, it started on 8chan, then went to 4chan.
Right.
I think it went to 4chan in 2017. I think it was lurking before that.
If you look at the Bolshevik Revolution, the red, basically the Soviet takeover, the communist takeover of Russia, 17 was referenced a lot. Obviously, 1917 was when it kicked off. They pulled themselves out of the First World War to go and, basically effectively fight a civil war insurrection. And the army that they had, the loyalists, the existing army of the country, the ones upholding the old ways, they were referred to as the White Army, which is what the white hats are based on. So then you had the Red Army, which is the one that came over to basically infiltrate and destroy. So the idea was, in order to get the people on side, I mean, bearing in mind, Russia was a massive country with a massive population. They wanted to effectively do a full-scale takeover. So if you could get it into the public consciousness that the White Army was really in charge, it had everything under control, and to do nothing so that you don't get in the way of progress and, basically stand down. And that's what happened during the Bolshevik takeover. And we all know how that ended and the amount of blood that was spilt over that. And it was horrific. I mean, just look at some of the images, never mind, there's look at the Holodomor, for example. I know that's to do with farming, but it's directly linked into that. It was a bloodbath. And I think if we're not careful, that's exactly where we're headed.
I agree.
So, yeah, 1917 is the number 17, as in 2017. The White Hats are the White Army. And, Operation Trust is now Operation Trust the Plan.
Yep.
It to me, it's way too good to be true. And I think I share a lot of Mark Devlin's opinions. In fact, I think we're aligned on pretty much everything minus the flat Earth thing, which is fine. I've got no problem with that. I understand why he's accepted that. That's fine.
Why are you? Can I ask, Nathan? Yeah. Why are you so sure about the flat Earth being a science? I'll give you my position.
Yeah.
And this is another question I want to ask you, because I noticed on the title, on the front page of your book, where you're listing the psyops, natural law, flat Earth, New Age, blah blah blah, you haven't written simulation theory. So I personally myself, right?
Yeah.
I've come to the conclusion through the help from a guy called Jason Bashir, who's an author from Archaics.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jason. Actually.
To me, what he is promoting makes the most sense logically to me, because he can back it up with a lot more evidence than anyone else can seem to do about anything else.
Cross-cylindrical palindromes.
Yeah. And to me, that's not being pushed like flat Earth is. And he promotes that if you're in a simulation, then both can be true. If you believe you're on a spinning ball, then the research you will come to that conclusion. The same as if you think you're on a flat plane, you do the research, and then you will come to the conclusion you're on a flat plane. So he says both can be true.
Let's drill down a little bit, Nath. If you think flat Earth is a psyop, I would actually agree in a sense with what you're saying. But does that mean that you are 100% sold on the NASA model of the spinning ball?
No. So this is a good question. It is. Okay, so let me say that I've looked into flat Earth. In fact, I would say that I was borderline flat Earth. I was almost there, as in the accepting of it, and the idea that everything was, all the globalist narrative was part of the agenda and it was all a lie. And so I kind of looked into that for roughly about 2 years, and then I just thought, well, hang on a minute, what if I'm wrong? Because there's a few things with it that just don't make sense at all. And one of the things that really made me question was lunar eclipses. And it's a biggie. So if you look at how a lunar eclipse works on a globe, it makes sense. It works. If you try and explain that on a flat Earth, there's no explanation for it unless you've got this convoluted model of a spaghetti junction happening in the sky. It just doesn't work. And so that one led me into kind of like the skeptics. I went through and I thought, okay, challenge your own beliefs. Let's see if we're right. If you can't challenge your own beliefs, then there's something wrong with it. We need to get rid of belief systems. Full stop. Belief systems are the problem. So anyway,
they're just religions.
Belief systems and religion is a solidified belief system, and a belief system is based on ignorance and
you can interchange the words religion and belief. It's the same thing.
It is. I mean, what I would say is either you know something or you don't. It's okay. The middle ground is having an opinion. So if you take a scale, so on the left you've got belief, on the right you've got knowing, which is opposite. So they're mutually incompatible. You can't know something that you believe, and you can't believe something that you know. And then the middle ground is your opinion, right? So I've got no problem with people's opinions, because it's from their experience and their point of view, and they've formed an educated understanding of it, if you like. That's fine. Opinions can be wrong, but opinions can also change. Belief systems are crystallized, and this is where we get the problem. But going back to the flat Earth idea, this is gonna sound contradictory, so I hope I don't get jumped on here. But what I'm gonna say is, so I'm a big fan of Jason Bashir's and his Archaics and the whole simulation theory. I would say that is probably where I'm headed in, mentally. Yeah. I think there's a lot of.
To me, it makes most sense.
Yeah, it does to me as well.
Because there's why can't anyone definitively prove the Earth is flat or the Earth is round? Why can it not be done? Because it can't be done.
And why is NASA blatantly making fake footage?
Yeah, precisely. If all this billions, trillions of dollars that have been put into NASA over the years, they should clearly be able to like take actual footage.
Yeah.
So I think we can all agree that NASA tells a lot of lies, and so I know what you're referring to is they give you digital imagery and they try and pass that off as planets and I mean, look at the moon. Look at if we can see the moon through a telescope in more high definition than you can through a NASA image with a satellite that's apparently circulating around it. It doesn't make sense to me. Why would you do that? Is it a case of we just can't get out of the atmosphere? Why the lies? I mean, we know that NASA lies. They've been caught out on many occasions, and where's all the money going for another thing? NASA is an abyss. It's just all of them public funds have just disappeared.
I personally think like NASA is a black ops and money siphoning operation.
Isn't it like $70 million a day or something like that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, something ludicrous like that.
I've been to Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral and seen from 3 miles away. We saw a spaceship launch when I was 10 years old. Like me and my whole family.
Impressive.
Like, I've seen that shit. I've been to the space. They spent. It's impressive what they've got, but I'm calling bullshit on it now. I know better.
Yeah, there's something definitely not right. I'm not going to say that everything NASA does and releases to the public. I'm not going to say that it's all a lie and it's all misdirection, but I would say certainly a hell of a lot of it is.
I'll put this out there. So if flat Earth's a psyop, but nobody can prove that Earth's flat or round either way, what do you think about the firmament, Nathan? Because that seems inherently linked to the flat Earth psyop.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't a good psyop be, imagine the Earth was flat, but the firmament was bullshit, or the firmament was actually real, but the flat Earth bit was bullshit? Wouldn't that be a good way to discredit one or the other? If they linked them together,
it's a good way to create an everlasting argument that can never be won.
Because
that's another one. It keeps people constantly at each other's throats. But
I find it fascinating when you zoom into a star, and it looks like a pulsating energy, or it looks like it's through water.
It looks like a glistening light underwater.
Yeah. And obviously, I'm sure you're fully aware of the Bible verse that talks about the firmament
this is where I was
above,
going to go, actually.
And on Werner von Braun's grave, it quotes the Psalms. I think it's Psalms something, which is the quote which talks about the firmament.
Yeah.
On his gravestone. So all of that to me is like fucking. There's something
to be made
to
of
the
it.
firmament.
What are you going to say, Nathan?
So I'm going to balance that out by saying that remember it was written 2,700 years ago at its latest point. This, I'm sure the firmament idea goes back way before that. But the way it's described in Genesis is it's the waters above being separated from the waters below, right? So that's how it's described. It's not necessarily a dome. It's described as an arched separation between the waters. Okay, so if you look at the atmosphere, as in the Earth's atmosphere, then if from an ancient perspective, you could say, well, there's clouds up there, and the clouds break and it rains, and suddenly, that's water. So I can understand it from that perspective that you've got, the firmament above and the firmament below, and it's water. I don't go for the biblical interpretation of it at all. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Sorry, that was a mistake. I was just loading up a video for later. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Probes.
Carry on, mate.
That's all right. That's where I would go with that, is that it was somebody's interpretation based on their perspective and their understanding of the cosmos at the time, and that was their best guesstimate, if you like. I don't go for the firmament being a solid dome at all.
Because, like you said earlier, you're a fan of Jason Bashir's work, and he claims that this is a closed system. Nothing's getting in or out here.
He talks about the sky being a holographic projection rather than a dome, though.
That would suggest that there is a covering of some kind, or an enclosed.
A vapor. I mean, he refers to it as like a vapor canopy, doesn't he? So,
Yeah, but I mean, he says currently that there's no vapor canopy, but that's going to return in, I think, 2040 or 2046, but whatever.
Well, to be fair, mate, the way they're spraying these days, I think.
We might be
doing
under
their
a
very
vapor
best to
canopy.
do
Yeah.
that anyway, so it's
a chem canopy.
Because the only other thing that springs to mind for me about the when you look at a star and it looks like it's through water, is that when you know on a hot day when you look and you can see on the horizon and you can see like the
heat haze
heat haze coming off it. Well, that's a similar kind of thing if you're looking through.
Again,
so it could just be a simple optical illusion. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not going anywhere with it because I don't know.
From the atmosphere, if you think, sorry to interrupt. It could be distortion from the atmosphere. I mean, we're dealing with chemicals up there that we're told that it goes through periods of extreme heat and an extreme cold. And obviously, if we're looking through that, there's going to be a level of distortion. Again, look, I've not been up there and looked down. I mean, if I'd love to, I'd love to say, well, it's one or the other, but it's
Magic's in the house.
Magic's is entered.
Wow, we haven't seen it in Serbia. Give us a spud.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
We're just chatting to Nathan Lucius, mate.
I've been listening.
You've been listening on the way over.
So should we move on from flat
let's
Earth
talk
and the
about
firmament?
let's talk about this book, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been writing this book?
This is the bit that's going to sound a bit unbelievable, I'm afraid. 7 months.
Wow.
It took me from start to finish 7 months. And I look back at it now and think, how the hell have I done that? Because I think I spent more time editing certain bits out than I did actually writing it. So yeah, it's quite the size.
I'm just scanning through it here with my my little handy cam.
I mean, it's got a small text. So somebody said to me, "Oh, don't you think the text size is a little bit too small?" I said, "Well, yeah, but if you wanted a book that's going to be like that, I don't, that's the next option, which means that I'd have to put the price up on Amazon to something like 35 quid, which I didn't want to do that. So
you could have made it £33.
Say again, mate.
You could have made it £33.
I was tempted. I'll tell you what, your stuff on 33, I love it. I mean, it's like
hey, it's not our stuff. It does it itself. It's
become part of our cult, really. To be honest, it's like 33 has just been woven into everything because we go on about it so much. And at one point we were having like a weekly 33 report. I was like, yeah, it's been a very strong week for 33.
At the start, Lance was getting messages and from people actually worried that they cannot stop seeing 33 everywhere.
So imagine I'm thinking about 33 all the time. It's appearing all the time, and then people are messaging me every 5 minutes, showing me 33 stuff, and then telling me that their life is falling apart since the 33 code is happening. What am I going to do? What have you done to me? And it was getting a little bit much.
I put it akin to that Jim Carrey movie called 23. Where he was just everything's like
23 is supposed to be a very bad number, but here's the weird one for you. I'm going to balance this out in a strange way. So I actually think synchronicity is real, which to me tells me that this must be some kind of simulation, because how the hell does that work unless it's a simulated reality? Because the 33s, and I'm probably going to get accused of being whatever for this as well, I see them everywhere. It's overdrive, and people say, "Oh, you're looking for it." No, I never look for it. Right? I'll pause just randomly. I'll pause the like whatever I'm watching, and there'll be a 33 on the screen.
Yeah.
I'll look at my phone or a clock, and it'll be 33 without fail. Well, not every single time, but let's say beyond the likelihood of possibility.
Listen, Nathan. I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, right, and I just click my phone. And just to see what time it is, and it's 3:33 in the morning.
See,
or 3:03.
When I go traveling, I was getting it so bad. I was checking into room 33. I was going on a plane.
This is documented as well.
Yeah, I filmed it all. That had the flight number 911 in the flight number. Then there was a 666 in front of me, literally when I was sitting on the in the plane seat. And then you and me had it. Where were we going? We were over on the way to. It must have been Serbia. We were at the airport and we bought breakfast.
Yeah.
It was like £33.03. Which looks, I was like, are we taking the piss? Actually taking the piss.
If you buy something, you buy a chocolate bar or something, you look at the back and it'll have a 33 code on there. Or 33 sell by date. Somebody's just said there, which didn't occur to me actually, funnily enough. It's the 22nd of November, right? So it's 2, 2, 11. You add 2, 2, and 11 together, and you got 33.
33,
so
yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
there you go.
very
I didn't
nice.
even realise that until somebody just pointed it out in the chat.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
It's
clearly racist.
That's a good combination. Oh, that's our queer Stalin button.
You have stolen my childhood.
Thank you, Greta.
Dare you?
7 months to create this masterpiece. What are some
thank
of
you very much.
what are some of the other sort of main talking points? The biggest psyops, apart from the ones we mentioned, which are springing to mind, Nath?
Right. Okay. I'll go through this as I can. Right. So the first, I'll try and go through it chapter by chapter to give people an idea as to what it's about, because it's not just about psyops and calling things out. It opens up with a look at like society in the modern day, right? So it's to say, what's going wrong here. Something's not right, and it looks into things like mobile phones. It looks at the mouse utopia experiment, and so that comes back into play at the end of the book, because I think that's bigger than we think it is.
Yeah.
Then we go from that into sort of like a semi-autobiography, which is only one chapter because I didn't want to, bring too much emphasis on that. So from there, I've gone into what I refer to as the 7 deadly mindsets. So that is where I think the truth movement's gone wrong, where I think humanity's gone wrong, why we fall into belief systems, why we fall into ignorance, why we fall into, let's say, social dynamics such as Barnum effect, Dunning-Kruger effect, things like that. So it looks at that and says, look, this is where we're going wrong. That then leads into the 7 deadly psyops, which is 7 things that I would consider to be psyops, which again is flat Earth, common law. I've actually put calling out people as shills as a psyop as well, because that is thrown around far too often. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean they're a shill, and it doesn't mean you're right. So I've called that out as a psyop in and of itself. The New Age movement, I've called that out as a psyop. So anyway, getting past the psyop, so I think the psyops takes it to about the halfway point in the book. From there, I'll look at psychology. So I'll look at sort of like personality archetypes, profile disorders, which actually to me, I don't think they are disorders. I think they're just more personality archetypes. Psychopathy, Machiavellianism, how that plays its part in derailing movements, how that plays its part in belief systems. There's a chapter on cults. And how things like stand in the park, and I'm not making any accusations here, because I think it naturally developed into a cult like.
Well, sorry. On that note, wouldn't you say that is another stand down operation? Quite literally, stand.
That's an interesting
it's a stand down operation. You're doing fuck all.
Well, as somebody pointed out,
physically,
we're
you're doing nothing.
Standing around in a talking shop, aren't we? And again, I understand. To me, I saw the stand in the park as a therapy session.
Yeah. Okay, but you're
And
still
that's
achieving
fine.
nothing.
Because that's what I said about the protest. Like the first time you go to a lockdown protest, you feel, I'm really making a difference. Yeah. But then like the second or the third one, you start to realise, actually, this is a social event. I get to clear my chest and shout at the Soviet Union. And that's when I sort of realised, I need to start speaking rather than just going to protest. And that's when, I got in lots of trouble. But I think you're absolutely right. There is sort of like a group therapy element. People have even said that about this show. Like a lot of the times on Friday when we first started, we were doing it because we had to get things off our chest.
But again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with stand in the park, group mentality. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's not actually achieving any gains or purpose. Okay, they could argue that if the whole country did it, somebody might take notice, but are they really? Is that actually going to do anything? Or are the elites and the ruling classes just going to do what the fuck they want to do anyway?
Well, quite clearly they are doing. I mean,
well, there you go.
What have we achieved in 4 years of a massive, let's say, take up in numbers? What have we achieved with that? We've managed to make ourselves look stupid with things like QAnon. We've managed to get ourselves censored because we're speaking too much about what's going on. They don't like that. Have we stopped the agenda? I suspect we might have slowed it down a little bit in parts. And do you know what? As far as protests go, though, I will say this, that through the fact that the government is trying to shut down the right to protest, I actually think they do work, just not in the way that people want them to work. It does raise... right, take this, for example. When you're walking down the street, 1.5 million strong, people saying we're not putting up with this. It's a lie. It's a scam, etc. We want our freedoms, we want our rights and our freedoms. How many people on the sidelines with their mobile phones up, accusing us of being irresponsible, whatever? I'm past that. But all of that footage wasn't getting broadcast on the likes of the BBC, and yet there was people on the sidelines seeing it. And then they'd go home and turn on the telly and says, "Oh, there's a couple of hundred people doing a protest," and they'd look at their phones thinking, "No, that's."
I agree. Then it's a catalyst for them to see that it's bullshit. Yeah.
And okay, so it's also like a rallying call. It's getting it's getting us motivated, I guess. But I'm all for protests. I just draw the line at riots because that goes against us. That'll tear us down.
That'll take more freedoms away from everyone.
Exactly.
Keep doing
That's exactly what they want us to do.
I'm
really.
sure you're aware, Lucifer, that that they would absolutely love to implement martial law if they could, and so that would be a perfect excuse. So I think everyone forgets that the dark occult social engineers of the priest class have got every angle covered. They have got it's like the crossroads they've got on the documents in Agenda 2030, where you can go Operation Lockstep, I can't remember the other names of them on there, but do you know what I mean? They've thought about every contingency plan for every possible outcome of if everyone starts protesting, they've probably got a contingency plan ready for that. And Antifa to destabilise the protest, make it look like everyone's just smashing shit and they shouldn't be listened to, and they can be demonised, locked up.
Responsible thugs, but again, there's a fine line between protest and riot. But I agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's the same thing as this online, where queer Stalin's been locking people up for posting memes and stuff like that. That's their contingency plan to put the public in dismay, so they're not going to be dissidents if they're seeing people physically going to jail for 1, 2, sometimes 3 years for making a social media post.
Yeah, I mean, what do we learn about the history of the world, especially when we go into tyrannical periods? What's the first thing they do? They silence, they censor, and they go through a period of book burning. And they're doing it again now. The only difference is it's digital, because most people get their information digitally now, so they want to shut us up digitally instead of going to the extent of getting books and piling them and burning them. I don't want to go down that whole period of history specifically, but what I'm saying is, whenever you see censorship from the government, they're hiding something. They don't want.
Whenever I see any type of censorship, mate, I just smell Bolshevik all over it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's the biggest red flag going, which is good, really, because anybody who can see the signs, it's confirmation for them, isn't it?
Sorry, Magic's is doing a sound check.
I'm not going to start dancing. I'm not doing that.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
But I'd say one thing as well, that there is a rise since the quote-unquote truther movement. There has been a rise in anti-Semitism. We get accused of this all the time.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll speak to this for a second. And Lance, you listening? Yeah, just so you know what I'm saying here. That I think that there's a rise in anti-Semitism because everyone can see that somewhere along the line, from a psyop to a riot, something that's funded, whether it be a war, a movement, a foundation, any of that stuff, like a Open Society Foundation, there is a little hat somewhere along the line funding it or pulling the strings or advising or doing something like that.
I'm going to try and choose my words carefully.
Yeah, we need to be very careful here.
Yeah. Little hats, let's go for that. I'm personally not anti-little hat, if that makes sense, but I'm certainly not going to dismiss that there's a lot of ties into, let's say, Hollywood, banking, insurance, media, even clothing to a large extent.
Absolutely,
banks, utilities. Let's be honest.
Energy.
It certainly. Again, I don't want to be accused of anything either way, because I'm not either way. I'm not. But at the same time, you can't deny it if it's true. We know it's true. We can see the statistics. We can look at into backgrounds of companies, who owns it, who's funding it, who's investing in it.
I mean, you can look at the entire board of BlackRock.
Well, that's good. Do you know what? Funnily enough, that's
literally the entire board of BlackRock is little hat-esque.
Yeah.
Lance, jump in here, please, because I'm going to say something wrong.
Yeah, stop it, because we've already talked about that new AI they've got scanning the
we are
internet.
being very careful here what we're saying.
This isn't Patreon.
No, and that's why I'm being very careful. But I think what we're talking about, that could be a psyop in itself, because obviously you might not be subscribed to our Patreon and see our videos, but me and Lance
I will do.
About a rise in anti-Semitism, which has been predicted by Jason Bashir since 2018, right? And that is coming to light now. So I'm questioning whether this is a deliberate psyop or social engineering movement to make anti-Semitism trendy, like to the forefront. Whereas if you like, I've been researching this stuff since 9/11. Yeah, is that 20 years?
23 years.
23 years.
Yeah.
So,
veteran.
and I was looking at the Rothschild banking system. I knew that they were little hats back then, but now they're talking
It's
about
much,
this.
much more complicated than that.
We're breaking this down on mainstream media, on Piers Morgan Uncensored, on YouTube, right? They're talking about this.
They were
stuff.
calling him.
So-
They were accusing Theodore Herzl of being a Frankist.
Whereas
like it was a
Yeah.
slur. And most people have got no idea what Frankism even is.
No, you would have to go to someone like Alex Jones back in the day for this information. Do you know what I mean? But now
David
it's at
Icke
the
covers it
absolute
quite a lot as
forefront
well,
of, like, you're reading this in newspapers and stuff like that. And I think personally, this is some kind of psyop. I'm not saying it's fake, but it's a social engineering tactic that they are deliberately bringing to the forefront for whatever reason.
We're deliberately being shown it for one reason or another.
Right. So again, I'm sorry if I sound a little bit weird. I'm trying to cover the let's say the rules without getting your negative attention.
Yeah.
Do you know, funny thing, I was thinking about this today, thinking, well, actually, there is a definite element of that has developed, especially since lockdowns. You know, there is, but I agree with what you're saying, and it's hard not to, because you can't call it out either way, can you? Because if you say
it's irrefutable.
Yeah, but then if you say no, I'm not anti Little Hat, then suddenly you're the bad guy from the truth community. And then if you say you not necessarily you're against them, but you can say that the many ties and problems and connections and policy manipulation, then you get accused of being an anti Little Hat. You can't win.
You can't.
That
No.
on its own is very psyopic.
It's
great point.
uncriticisable. You cannot criticise that sect.
But what Nathan's saying is it goes both ways. So if you're in the truther movement and you don't point out the facts of this high correlation of small hat activity with anti-human policies, then you're a fucking Israeli shill.
Yeah.
So it's like a double-edged sword, again, to like cause more division, more time wasting. Well, it's not.
It's division within the division. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a whole nother layer.
Look at what also. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Right, what does a psyop do primarily? First of all, it splits things down the middle and creates a dichotomy. So then you're in left brain or right brain straight away. The dichotomy of left versus right is back in play. Blue versus red, which is why the colours on the book are blue versus red. It's to show you that they are playing one side off against another, and this goes into politics, it goes into films, it goes into everything. There's the dichotomy, the divide there, and as soon as you fall into one or the other, what tends to happen is you'll kind of fall into an extreme version of that, because then you'll get purity spiralists that'll say, well, you're not doing it hard enough, you're not looking into it properly, or you're not looking into it enough. I've been accused.
Do your research.
Yeah.
That's a slogan for the
It's a
truth
bloody
movement.
mantra in the
Do
truth
your
movement.
research. Yeah, it's a mantra.
Oh, do us a favour, guys. Take my picture off there. Put it back.
Oh,
in the
sorry.
picture.
I was just playing around.
Continue, Nathan. Continue.
That's better. That's disturbing. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. That's okay.
So, yeah, basically, it does take on the hallmarks of a psyop in and of itself, which is why I refuse to take one side of that argument over another. I subscribe to certain people of the Little Hat community on this very platform.
Same.
They've got some very good information. They're not evil. They're not presenting anything that's agenda based, etc., etc., etc. But I mentioned this. It was about a year and a half ago to a couple of people that were at the stand in the park with me, and I got hammered for it. I got absolutely drilled. Oh, you can't trust anything they say. Oh, what are you listening to that for? And I thought, whoa, what since when do we? That's extremism.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And I refuse.
It's
to
also
play into that.
censorship.
It is, exactly. And this is the thing. So you shouldn't be looking into that. I'm thinking, well, who are you to tell me what I should and shouldn't look at? Even if they are the quote bad guys, right? Even if they are, then isn't it right for us to look at them? There's a quote from history. It's it is right to learn even from the enemy.
Yeah.
Because if you can't see it from their perspective, you're unarmed.
Let's look at history, right? I'm sure I can't name any because I don't look into physical wars that much. But how many top generals or top even fucking kings went to meet each other who were having a war to discuss terms or like what could happen, and they might not come to a decision. They'll be like, right, okay, we're going to fucking fight then. Yeah. So like, you have to go and speak to your adversary.
Well, I always said if you can't learn something from your enemy, then you probably won't be able to learn anything at all. The art of syncretism is to be able to take someone that even might be getting money from Israel, someone that is accepting George Soros money, and still learn from what they're saying.
So check this out, Nathan. So on our Patreon last night, we were talking about subsects of the Little Hat Black Cube organisation. So we all know, everyone's aware, I'm sure yourself and all the viewers are aware, that the media, mass media, mainstream media, is owned by the Little Hats.
Yep.
But
they don't deny that either.
But it seems to be the mainstream media now who is coming out and speaking up against Little Hat ideology in some sects. So we're now arguing that there's warring factions within the Black Cube organisation amongst themselves.
I mean, that's suspicious. But again, what's it doing? Oh, you've got to be one side or the other. It's against falling into one dichotomy or the other.
Exactly.
But to me, it is very, very suspicious how the mainstream media was prevented. You know, they were number one shot firing at anybody who mentioned this. That you're anti-Little Hat. Well, no, but you're making it sound as if we are. And then suddenly now the tables have turned, and now we have to suddenly take the other side. No, I'm not buying into it. I just don't go for it at all. I think it's a setup. So,
yeah, well, that's what I said about the whole sort of like Israel Gaza thing. It's like you can recognise that Israel is clearly pretty evil, and people in Palestine are definitely getting battered. But are you ready? Are you ready to start going on the streets and joining in one of those Palestine marches that's very soon going to be weaponized against our freedom? Are you ready? Are you ready to jump into that? Because, you know, that's exactly what they want you to do. They want you to pick up one of those two flags, either a Palestine flag or an Israeli flag. You know, if someone put a gun to my head and said, you've got to pick up one, I would probably pick up the Palestine one because I wouldn't want to hold an Israeli flag. But it's like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's choose a side. We don't really care which one, but you have to choose.
Because then they've got you. Then they've got you. And again, it's like, you know, we talk about natural law, about doing the right thing. Sometimes there's a hard choice to make, right? Sometimes you're forced into a situation where you've got to choose. And so what I would always suggest is that what's the least immoral of the two actions? What's the least harm that's going to come from your decision, right? Because if harm is going to be committed either way, you have to look at the lesser of the two evils being presented to you. And so what I'm saying to you is I would probably agree with your decision on that particular front. You know, again, without going too far into it, but
yeah. It's one of those subjects which elicits so much emotion, and say the wrong thing on that in certain countries, you can land yourself in legal problems. You know,
it's clearly racist
for anti small hattism and stuff like that. So yeah.
Much like my man David Irving.
Yeah. You've been
rabbit soldier. I've been rabbit holding him hard, mate.
Well, first of all, can we give someone a shout out?
Absolutely, mate.
I'd love to shout out for Team Humanity. And just for those of you who are not familiar, and I'm going to try not to butcher this, it's Team Humanity. So
let me tell you, unbelievable.
What's Team Humanity?
Anyone who's familiar with Mark Passio will get the reference.
Oh, okay.
You've got to look at that. Actually, I do have a shout out. I've noticed in the chat, the user Sixblade. That's actually my co-author.
Oh, right, okay.
So, Steve,
Mr. James.
Say something in the chat, mate, because I've noticed you're saying a few things there, so it's good to see you, mate. So,
big up. Is it Steve James?
Steve James, it is Steve James indeed.
Co-authored by Steve James.
That's it. I'll tell you what, he's a fantastic guy. I think he'd do you guys a great show on here actually, and I know that's a little bit of a plug there, but he produced a chapter for me that goes into a lot of the occult numerology, symbology, symbolism, the looking at dates and the months of the year, and he's done a very, very good job of unwrapping.
Sounds
all
like
that.
it's right up our street.
I think, mate, you've got to get him on. I mean, he'd love it, but I think you'd love to hear what he's got to say. And I'll tell you something else about him as well. He does a fantastic talk, and on his public talks, he's the only guy. When we were going to Porcupine, the pub I told you about, we got a lot of people speaking there, and he's the only guy that mentioned natural law.
Yeah.
And I thought, and when he did, a lot of people were just sat in the room, kind of dumbstruck. They didn't understand what he was on about. And it was at that point I thought there's something wrong with the movement here, because we should all be on a level with natural law. Is number one thing that we all have to learn, right? That is the principle there. If you want your freedoms back, you've got to understand the problem. And if you understand the problem, you'll find out that actually morality is a very big part of what's missing in society. If we can bring morality back, if we can have an understanding of that objectively, learn it, understand it, practice it, you'll probably find that the world will start to solve its own problems. But we're nowhere near that. But there you go. So
can I just address a comment here?
Yeah, please.
From Batthink2, Mark Passio needs to calm down a bit. Oh my God, no, he doesn't. Come on, let's be honest. If you don't like it, you're not ready for it. Can I? Would you like?
Can we address that actually?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm not having a go at the commenter. This is something that I know Mark gets a lot of. Well, he gets a lot of heckling for it, and he gets a lot of abuse for it. Look, can we at least say that we understand why he's angry?
Yeah, because there's a fucking big reason to be angry.
Fucking right, and there is. You know, I mean, yeah, okay. I don't like listening to it, but
Do you not?
Some of the stuff he comes out with is hilarious.
That's fantastic.
The clown and the wacka 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 wacka.
Yeah, I like it. My personal favourite is when he gets the vomit puppet out. The vomit puppet from is
Team America.
Fantastic. Yeah, from Team America. That's it. Yeah. Would you like me to stretch your rabbit hole quickly, Nathan?
Go on then.
So I've brought this to Lance, and he worded it like this. I said to him, if you subscribe to natural law and you're in the belief that freedom directly equates to morality, then if we're in a simulation, is that the programming for the simulation? Is natural law the programming for the simulation?
Simulation protocols.
That's a good one. Maybe, you know, perhaps when that's so the problem is people don't want to hear it. Number one, the people who do hear it, they disagree with it because their beliefs and their opinions get in the way. And if you can get past all of that, then you've got to learn it and understand it, and then you've got to apply it, right? So that's quite a hell of a process if you've not been brought up with it. And so to say that could be hard coded as part of this reality, that once we've cracked that and applied it, you know,
then
it's almost like
then maybe you exodus the simulation.
Yeah, maybe. Again, look.
And I've never heard Mark talk about this. And if I would absolutely love to interview Mark Passio, and that would be the question I would ask him.
So can I ask what your general audience numbers are? I mean, I know you've got a hell of a following. So do you know roughly how many people are like subscribed to your? Like,
yeah, so we've got just over 12,000 subscribers on this YouTube channel. There's 360 people tuned in right now. Sometimes we get up to 500 watching at once. But a show like this, in the next couple of weeks, will get roughly 4,000, 5,000 views.
So the reason I've asked that is because Mark mentioned that none of the big podcasters ever invite him on, which I actually find surprising, because I think the likes of you guys in the sheep farm, I think you'd be more than happy to have him on.
I've spoke to Lance multiple times about inviting Mark Passio on the show, and we are going to do that when we feel it's ready to do that. I know he's very busy at the moment. I know he's focusing more on how to become the true media, and I know he's focusing more on individual mentoring rather than doing his What on Earth is Happening show.
But so I'm very flattered you think that us and the Sheep Farmer
the one thing
are big podcasters, I guess. Yeah, in comparison to
the one thing I would be skeptical about getting Mark onto our show would be that he wouldn't like our brand, basically, because we don't, although we are aware of natural law, we don't talk about it that much. We don't. We're more of a talk show. We showcase the media, that kind of thing. I would worry that Mark might see us as a little bit distasteful.
We can be very distasteful.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So that's what I would. That's why I haven't actually reached out to Mark.
Well, because you didn't want to disappoint him.
Well, no, not that. But I would do it.
Oh, it'll come down hard on you if you disappoint.
I'm just saying that's something that has crossed my mind.
I actually don't think that would be the case. I think you'd be quite happy just that look, mate, the fact that you're doing something as opposed to most people sat there doing nothing at all. Look, you've been active on here for what, 4 years?
Yeah, 4 years. We've had our 4-year birthday now.
And you do talks, you do seminars. You're not doing nothing, you're doing something, and that's all he's asking for people to do is just do something and make it count. Sure. And that's exactly what you're doing. I don't think you'd have that problem with you. But again, I can't speak for Mark. I don't know the guy.
Sure.
So.
I don't think anyone should speak for Mark Passio.
Well, that's a very dangerous thing to do. Right. So
we've had. I'm sure you're aware of Vinny Eastwood. We've had him on the show. He likes us very much.
I've seen him for ages.
Yeah, and I'd really like to get Larkin Rose on the show as well. I'm a big fan of Larkin Rose.
Yeah.
I did donate a substantial amount of money to his cause for when he was putting together the funds to film the Jones Plantation as well, because I thought that was a good cause to put some money into.
Well, he's probably one of the most outspoken proponents of common law again, and he just calls it out for what it is. I mean, there's no bullshit with Larkin Rose. He just says it as it is. I mean, even with the Trump revival or whatever you want to call it, he's just straight in there. It's like you're fucking idiots if you think this guy's the answer. But he justifies it. He gives a good reason to say that. He doesn't just. That's not his opinion. That's his let's say his researched outcome. He's just. He's brilliant. I'm stuttering now, but they are both of them. I think Passio and Larkin Rose and anybody who was on that particular wavelength. Look, even if they are,
and Jay Parker as well. I'm a big fan of Jay Parker because I think a lot of the truther movement, they're really into, like they love it, watching and researching about the SRA, satanic ritual abuse and stuff like that.
To get like Satan stuff.
Yeah.
It's you want like really bad like Satanist porn. Yeah, I've got to learn more about. I've got to learn the new sick thing that they apparently do to kids. And I saw a lot of people getting like that with it.
And I think Jay Parker can calm that down.
Well, he's been through it, hasn't he? I mean,
smooth that out a bit
and
bring people down to earth a bit, because he's got a direct experience from his family background, from what he was put through from a young age. So I've got massive respect for his work as well. So shout out to Jay Parker.
He's been through the mill, hasn't he? I mean, for anyone who wants to find it, go onto the One Great Work Network or Mark Passio's website. You'll find podcasts with Jay Parker as well. So it's all there. But yeah, it's quite
what an honour to be on Mark Passio's One Great Work Network. What an absolute honour.
Yeah, well, I just want to sort of, we need to wrap it up there because we've got more show to get on with. But Nathan, I want to say massive thank you for coming to join us.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an absolute honour, mate.
It's been great talking to you.
Where is the best place for people to get hold of Fake Awake?
Right, so you can get in touch with me directly through email if you like. I'll come back to that in a minute. So you can also buy it on Amazon if you don't mind dealing with the people that run commerce at the minute. But it's on there as a paperback and on Kindle version. So either way is fine if you want a copy of it, Amazon, or you can email me directly. My email, for those of you who would like to get in touch, and I know there's a couple of people that are on your chat I've been in a lot of communication with as well. It's Nathan Lucius, PHP @gmail.com. And if you get in touch with me on there, that'll be great. I'm happy to have a chat with anyone. I don't reply instantly. I feel like I've got to constantly apologize to people for not replying instantly, but I've got a lot of stuff.
That means you're popular. I've
just put the web address.
It just means I'm shite at communication, mate.
I just put your email on the screen, mate. Nathan Lucius, PHP @gmail.com. Is that right?
That's it. Yeah, brilliant, mate. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, just a word for anyone who thinks they're going to come on and give me a load of abuse. And look, I don't mind criticism. Come on, give me the criticism. That's fine. I can handle that. Do it in a civil way. Because if you're just going to come on abusively, I'm just going to click the block button and bye-bye, you're gone. But apart from that, look, I don't bite much. Much. But
no one's got time for that.
Yeah. Look, guys, thank you very much for having me on. It is
mate, it's been great talking to you,
pleasure.
Nathan, mate. Really good.
No,
We'd like to talk to you maybe again sometime.
Yeah, we'll catch up sooner rather than later. So once again, Get Fake Awake by Nathan Lucius, Cults, Psyops, and the systematic... What was it? Destruction of the Truth movement. Yeah, I'm going to be enjoying that on holiday. I'm going to Thailand for 3 weeks. When I'm sat around, that's what I'm going to be reading. Nathan, I want to say thank you very much again, and don't forget, rise above.
Thank you very much.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear.
Big up Nathan Lucius, right?
That's really good.
Excellent. Get the book, and big shout out to people that have been supporting us buying merch tonight. The first 3 people that bought merch, we did call your names out. You will be getting a copy of that book absolutely free, as well as your envelope with all the Ramesh goodies that everyone that buys merch tonight gets. Right. Let's have a very short break. We're going to come back. We've got some topics still to talk about. Mate. We've got Magic in the background, getting ready to finish off 2024. This is our last live show of 2024. But remember, if you want to see more of Rise Above, how do you do that, Andy PG?
You go to Peasantron, guys. And it's $3.33 a month. Yeah, it's nothing, guys. Just get it. Hit up.
It's like old school Rise Above.
Advise it to your nan. Let your nan watch it. Buy it for your nan for Christmas. Right. Buy your nan a subscription.
We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract stillness, rise above, domino, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. Since day one we've been going in militant, not same, also different, abstract stillness, no equivalent, a double L's flow's omnipotent, may I suggest a lyric proof vest, I got a bar that will tear through a chest, cause a massacre from my caliber, your Kevlar can't protect. Anyway, back to the subject, expose devilish acts to the public, and talk topics they won't publish, instigating cold wars like Sputnik, observe you with a satellite view, heard the cattle these parasites do, worshipping the gods of our conquerors, it's a blinded acolyte view, members the spineless remain reminded, they drink blood and sacrifice you, so misguided, laws are provided, to benefit the chosen few, so we rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love, a single candle lights up the darkness, that is the power we all harness, let's identify targets, light them up, lick them down, carpet beef, sprinkling garnish, the message, word, power, sound, I don't care if my wet gets tarnished, split this shit till I'm dead in the ground, where they pollute your mind with garbage, do one thing, just hold it down. Rise above when we generate, rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate, rise above when we generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Rise above when we generate, rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate, rise above when we generate, rise above and extinguish fear when we generate. It's more than 232s in a hook. You want lyrics? I write books. Where your head double L overtook with a statement you can't overlook, and I drop rhymes you can't unhear. Plot lines never unclear, and I tell them direct to your ear. I doubt the signs that guided us here. And these lies from lost puppeteers who cut through throats like Schwartz buccaneers. Call to arms, don't volunteer, or take orders from brigadier. From war and carnage they profiteer. The march goes on till we disappear. It's my duty to interfere. Smash them system like chandelier. MCs chat about whips and cars. I rap bars about pyramids on Mars. Another weird subject, hidden for years, locked in casts. Strap a protective mask, inform your collective war and star. It's a harrowing task, and I'm swimming in fears on a narrowing path, I'm powering past. All these bullshit rappers are devouring you last, and they're carrying fast. Drop from the top of a towering shaft, push from the ledge of a soaring peak, shook from the pledge of my war and speak. Close to the edge, the outlook's bleak, frozen breath cause the output's weak. Rise above when we generate, rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate, rise above when we generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Rise above when we generate, rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate, rise above when we generate, rise above and extinguish fear when we generate.
Yeah, when?
Yo, we're back.
Word.
Big shout to Nathan Lucius. And also a big shout to Magic's live in the studio. He'll be coming up soon. Okay, where were we? We haven't even got to the main subject of this week. So, right, let's go. Yes.
Is there a main subject, or is it just
Well,
clown world?
the big sort of subject, I guess, is really what's been going on with the farmers. That's the big subject for the UK anyway.
Yeah.
So way back in episode 19, Rise Above Live 19, we're now on 141. We did this one, which was Bill Gates, the fake meat industry, and the vegan movement exposed. Now, it wasn't really so much of an expose of the vegan movement, but it was. Yeah, you made that.
It was an expose of the
big pharma gates,
of the toxic infiltration of the vegan movement.
But it was all the point I'm trying to get to is that it had the precursor information when Bill Gates was first buying up all the farmland. This is way before what's going on now. When this is probably back in 2020, episode 19.
As you can see, Bill Gates and his husband are still together.
Yeah, what was it, Kevin? I'm trying to remember the name of the actor that they said was Linda Gates. So we've had. I'm skipping forward here. Let's get to farming. Right, so
rhyming.
A big farmer protest has been going on in the UK.
Right.
Mainly because of inheritance tax. So it came out of the budget in 2024. What is the future for farmers? A controversial clampdown on inheritance tax and land ownership has many farmers up in arms. WikiLeaks takes a closer look.
WikiLeaks
takes a closer look at the bigger picture.
Is that like to do with farming? Like leaks?
Wicked leaks.
Wicked leaks. That's really funny.
Very clever indeed. So the dust has just settled on the first Labour budget for 14 years when the British farming community, now considering the real consequences of Rachel Reeves' actions, blah, 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 aimed at inheritance and land ownership, is causing outrage. With the budget of farming protected at 2.4 billion a year. So long story short, what's happening is that they are inflicting inheritance tax, which all normal peasants have to pay. When you die, if you have over a certain amount of assets, I think at the moment it's a couple of 100,000, something like that. Anything over that, you have to pay 40% tax on. When I say you, I don't mean you, the person that's died. We're talking about now the people that have inherited what you owned. Now, obviously, this figure of a couple
Bearing in mind, all this shit's already paid tax on.
Yeah, of course. And this figure that they have of a couple of 100,000 for the average peasant isn't really that much anymore when houses are worth £300,000 or £400,000, regular houses. Now, the farmers have always traditionally been exempt from this. I guess the idea is to stop generational farms that are being handed down, family farms.
It's to I'll tell you, Michael. Right, it is directly to stop peasants from wealthy peasants from buying a farm, like leaving it, them dying, leaving it to their kids, then their kids selling it, and then them they don't have to pay any inheritance tax on it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's directly what it's for, because they're claiming that this is what people are doing when we all really know that it's just a grab to get farmland.
Absolutely.
But that's the guise of what they're doing it under.
Now, the argument is that
it's all more communist Bolshevik shit about the wealthy not paying their fair share. That's what it is.
Of course, 100%. But the lies that are going around, because the policy says that farms that are worth over $1 million, or 1 or 2 million, I can't remember, will be subject to this new law. Now,
hang on. On that note, you know what land prices are in the UK for farmland? What farm isn't worth that?
Exactly. Here's the thing. So the leftists are all saying that this is bullshit. It's only for the richest that this will affect. But sadly, I haven't got the screenshot. But anyone can Google this. What is the average value of a farm in the UK? It's 2.2 million. Because I Googled this, right? Now, that is over the threshold. So that's just the average farm in the UK. So the argument that this is only for rich farmers is total bullshit. Because a lot of these farmers, even though they might have a couple of £1 million worth of assets in the land, they still might be earning a very regular wage and have no money.
They're never going to see that because they're leaving it to their kids.
Exactly.
They're never. None of the people are ever going to see that financial gain because they're going to leave it to their kids. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So look, here are some of the headlines. The Observer. Farmers have hoarded land for too long. Inheritance tax will bring back new life to rural Britain.
Right, who wrote this? Will Hutton.
Will Hutton.
Right. I bet this is some. I don't know this guy, but I guarantee he's some Piers Morgan, like, shit stirring fucking leftist.
Oh, definitely.
Liberal.
Elon Musk said Britain is going full Stalin because remember, this is exactly what happened in the Soviet Union. The kulaks, as they were called.
And then they starved fucking 2 million Russians.
They killed like 6 or 7 million kulaks. And these people were all farmers, and they were feeding the rest of...
It's genocide, Michael.
Yes, and you know, then it obviously made things much worse. So they're saying that this is like a rehash of what happened in the Soviet Union. It's what Elon Musk is saying. And here on the right, farm animals numbers drop in Europe as meat production falls. Europe is seeing declining numbers of some farmed animals. So,
and look, they've deliberately put a hideous farm up. Like
a really bad looking one.
That's gross.
So what have we got here? Britain after 2050, when after the land inheritance tax. So instead of farmers, you'll just have robots farming the food, or maybe they won't be farming food at all. Farming, the art of losing money while working 400 hours a month to feed people who think you are trying to kill them. So farmers are protesting en masse. I think there's 50 to 60,000 people in the centre of London last Tuesday protesting this inheritance tax.
Headed by Jeremy Clarkson.
Yeah, no. The thing is, this narrative has been going around for ages, and I'm going to point one person out who's been setting the scene for this, and his name is George Monbiot. Right? Monbiot. But Monbiot, that's one. Bio. Singular biosis.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
singularity, Michael.
Yeah, the singularity of biology. It's in his name, this guy. So what kind of stuff has he been...
And, like, without being stereotypical, what does he look like?
Well, I'll come on to that in just a moment. So, The Guardian, I don't know what year this is from. It's probably from not that recently. Lab-grown food will soon destroy farming and save the planet, says George Monbiot. George Joshua Richard Monbiot is a British journalist, author, and environmentalist and political activist. He writes regular columns for The Guardian, several books. So this guy is obviously saying these farmers are rich aristocrats. They don't deserve to have their land and pass it to their kids.
iBot, Michael.
one bio iBot.
iBot.
So, yeah, take their farms, take their land, give it back to the Soviet Union because we should trust them to feed people. So, obviously, I did my due diligence.
Your due diligence?
Yes. The blogs, Danny Bloom, I seek the truth where it lies. I'm Jewish and I'm worried about the impact of global warming on future generations of man. There aren't that many Jewish climate activists obsessed with trying to stop runaway global warming before it gets out of hand, blah, blah, blah. But then he lists them. Top Jewish journalists Anish Revkin, Joe Rom and George Monbiot and George Schwartz are tackling the issue.
I've never seen this guy. I haven't seen the presentation Lance has put together, and I could see in the image the reptilian within.
So the problem is you're a fucking retard.
Right. What's he saying here? This is more than a year old. Farming good, factory bad, we think, when it comes to global food crisis. It isn't so simple. This guy has been banging this drum for literally years in The Guardian. The solution is not more fields, but better, more compact, cruelty-free and pollution-free factories. So he's basically saying... Factories are better than fields. That's what this guy's saying. We're supposed to trust him. This is an older article I found from him.
But think about it, Michael. If they're going to block the sun out, they're going to have to grow under lights and factories facilities.
Of course, that's the plan.
There will
that
be no sun.
He is helping to enact.
Yeah. Typical Marxist Bolshevik.
Cuboid.
So,
Regenesis by George One Bio iRobot. Review Hungry for Real Change. We are farming the planet to death. Half of the world's habitable land has been colonised. Has been colonised to produce our food. Oh wow! So it even gets colonisation.
Colonisation, yeah.
We've colonised the land.
It's got links to white supremacy there.
Nature, the many millions of other species is forced to survive in the polluted, overhunted, degraded fragments of what remains. And obviously, the solution which people like him are vying for is Lord Schwab's solution.
Look, I've stated before, right, that nothing. You've said before, Michael, many times. Nothing changes under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun.
No.
All that changes is the technology. It's the same shit, and all they're doing now, they've got the technology to farm indoors. So they're going to try and take hold of the farming industry, the food industry, via the government, and just bring it indoors.
And the only thing that's standing in their way is farmers that have owned their farms for generations.
And that's it. That's literally it. And they're already clamping down on your chickens.
Yep.
Peasants having their own chickens at home.
So they have to go. Now, funnily enough, just a week or so before the budget happened... Oh, no, so let's just start here. Farmer took his own life fearing Rachel Reeves' budget. Inheritance tax raid. Father of two fears for family, losing $2 million estate was the final straw. This is a really tragic story, if it is true as described, which it probably is, that this guy was so... He just couldn't cope with the fact that when he died, the farm would be lost or his sons would have this big tax burden. So he killed himself anyway. But that doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't solve the problem, but
it just makes the problem happen much more straight away.
I would argue, is this even a real story?
What would have been much better is if he signed it over to his son now, he would have to live for another 7 years. I know all about that.
Or put it in a trust, Michael.
Or put it into a trust, exactly. There are other ways to get around these Schwabian dictates.
That's what all these fuckers do anyway. Pictured here on the right. Speaking of which.
Oh, look, this is from October the 17th. So this is like literally a week or two before the budget came out with this stuff about farmers in it. Oh, look, Queer Stalin, Bill Gates and BlackRock CEO Larry Finkelstein hanging out in Downing Street. I hope there were full minutes taken of this meeting and a full transcript will be released shortly.
Right, so who have we got here?
There won't.
We've got a leftist, far-left homosexual... secret homosexual. You got Larry Fink, basically the head of the Black Cube Little Hat,
the Black Cube financial organisation,
and then you've got Bill Gates, Health Chancellor
Gates. So 1 week they're in Downing Street, and then 1 or 2 weeks before, and then this budget comes out, which basically is a total land grab for farmers.
Like, whatever these people came out with, I'd just be worried about having all three of these people in the same room together.
You know something bad is about to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly. Right, so on the whole green wheel of David at 17
the cube of David,
right, take away the food, but also let's link some carbon credit shit in with this as well. So look at this text. This is just a random screenshot. The sandwich makes up 11.2% of your daily carbon allowance for sustenance.
11.2, Michael.
11.2%.
So is that to take into account your travelling as well?
Well, I guess that's based on the average amount of travel a peasant does.
If your travelling is like, 25%, that means one mere sandwich is 11%. So if you've got to get to work and back... And eat 3 meals a day. Like you're going to
imagine how much it turns when you turn your car on.
Mate, this has got forcing people onto bug paste all over it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like all over it.
Yeah,
this has got Schwabian crickets written all over it.
Wow. I think that's crazy that they're putting...
Like, because I guarantee if you got a cricket sandwich, it would be like 1.33% of your carbon emissions. If you've got a cricket sandwich.
It's probably like though in Weight Watchers where certain points don't have any foods don't have any points.
Yeah,
they're just points free.
Yeah.
So if you eat bugs, that's zero carbon.
Zero,
because these have been farmed in a massive Schwabian factory. We can produce 33 kilotons of bugs every day for zero carbon,
and even inject them directly into.
Yeah, they just run on graphene. These are graphene bugs, no carbon at all. There you go, comrade. Take that. So pretty alarming.
And then you've got more carbon credits to play your Schwabian Neuralink VR.
Maybe you can just offset some of the future carbon debt from your offspring by going into a Dignitas pod and just being recarbonised.
Check this out, Michael. If you can get away with 100% of your carbon credits to live fully in the metaverse and just be like have your graphene crickets on a drip whilst you're subdated into the metaverse, you'll just live there. Literally, you'll be in a Matrix pod being fed via your drip graphene crickets and living in the metaverse.
Graphene crickets is the minimum nutritional sustenance allowance per day, just so you can produce just enough energy to farm the crypto shekels.
You'll literally be in your pod.
Yo.
Big shout to
Hello,
Magic.
people.
Hi.
Sorry,
How do you feel about that,
Did
Magic?
you feel you wanted to jump in on this chat about graphing bugs?
I just wanted to get involved. I've been sat in the corner just.
No, of course. Good to have you back, mate.
But do you think this is the precursor? This is like they're going to make it so impossible in the future to actually eat food. You're going to then rather go. The better choice for your mental health would be to go into the metaverse and just be fed on a cricket drip with graphene.
Zero carbon
Cricket
diet.
yeah. Somebody should meme that. Bazman meme that. Right, it's a peasant in a Schwab pod being like living in the metaverse VR and then just
with
being
an intravenous graphene cricket drip.
Yeah.
Intravenous graphene trip.
Wow, this is deep.
That is a mouth.
Right, see if you can get that on the meme. Right.
Dwelling peasants.
Next subject. I'll tell you what. We're actually ticking some off the list. Let's go back to the drawing board. Literally. So what have we covered so far?
Oh, you got actual drawing board going on.
Yeah. What do you know about that? Come on, fam.
We got.
Mate. You should see the studio upgrades that are coming in January. It's going to be fat.
Hey, it's lovely to be back, boys.
Look,
I
I've
haven't
got-
seen you guys since Serbia. That was a mad.
I've got a section here where I can keep my blunts.
How many blunts have you got left?
I rolled 6. I've got 2 left.
I just moved 4 little cheeky ones while I was getting set up.
Right, so we've covered the liberal exodus. We've also covered Trump derangement syndrome. We've talked about Cold War 33.
The liberal exodus.
Farmers and inheritance tax. We're making some progress here, guys. Right, next subject. The Archbishop of Peterborough. Yes. So, what's all this about? Let's have a look. A choice shot here. I don't know if this is photoshopped or if it's real. There are definitely stained glass windows.
That is some serious.
Oh wow! I just clocked it in the background.
artwork we've got going on there in the
Oh,
background.
you only just noticed that.
I just
now.
clocked it in the
This
background.
is-
Wow.
I reckon this is real. I reckon this is real.
Yeah, no, this is real. I've seen.
This is your classic hiding in plain sight.
You know, like this photo is shopped in it. His face is put in front of that, but that imagery is actually on. I've seen a big article about it on. I can't remember which cathedral or church it is, but that's a genuine thing that actually it's in one of the top cathedrals. I've seen this about a year ago.
Wow.
But yeah, that picture of him stood in front of it.
Do you reckon they've got little hats on?
So the
wow.
Archbishop of Canterbury or Peterborough has had to resign. Obviously, we've got a couple of memes here about possible replacements.
It doesn't matter how he just resigns and that's it. Everyone's like, all right, fair enough.
Well, do you know why? Do you know why he's resigned?
Yeah.
Well, it was. Yeah, he was kind of forced to resign.
Yeah,
kind of forced to
that's
resign.
That's the most bad thing he gets. It's like, oh, just resign, and
So
everyone just
the
forget
thing is,
about me.
apart from allowing like basically the Jimmy Savile of English bishops to carry on like raping hundreds of kids, right up until he died annually. He hasn't actually done anything wrong. He isn't accused of raping any kids himself. So the Archbishop of Peterborough, Justin Welby, has basically been forced to resign. And as you can see here on the left, he is on the World Demonic Forums page.
So, which means he's actually on the left, the
Yeah,
far
yeah.
left.
Yeah. But
It's clearly racist.
Who was actually doing it? So, BBC, Church Abuse Report is like a horror movie, says the bishop. This is not a picture of the guy that did it. This is the Bishop of Salisbury condemning the other paedophile that he works with. The reporting to the child abuser, John Smythe.
Michael, we've actually been and made content in.
We made a video right there.
in Salisbury Cathedral where this death cult priest,
religious extremist lives.
Me and Maxwell snuck into Songs of Praise at Salisbury Cathedral once.
Is that when Maxwell was over here to come on the show?
So we went to Stonehenge, stuck into Stonehenge, and on the
Do you know
way
what you should
back,
have done? You should have bought your own system and dropped a bass line.
Mate, we walked up to the Salisbury because in Canada they don't have cathedrals, so he's not really seen a lot of that stuff. And we walked up, and there was this. We walked to the side, and then Songs of Praise was going on. This woman turned to us and goes, "Oh, is your family in the choir as well?" And Max, out of nowhere, just said, "Yeah, my cousin's in the choir." And she goes, "Oh, walk in with us." So we walked in, sat on the little podium bit. Like what you call
infiltrated,
it at the top. And we're sat there. Max started filming, mate. All of a sudden, this woman's like, "No, you two." Like this other woman walks up, pretty much clocked us and kicked us out.
Yeah, of course it is. You're rocking there stinking of weed.
But yeah, mate. But
looking Ramesh,
All
rise
the
above
things to break
kit.
into, Songs of Praise.
Yeah, and then we snuck in. I didn't realise the what is it? What's the the fucking bit of paper that everyone calls our rights thing in it? Sorry, I've just had a complete
The
mind
bit of
blank.
paper that
The
everyone
Magna
calls
Carta,
our-
sorry, the Magna Carta.
The bit of paper.
Yeah,
it's called the Magna Carta, man.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
Yeah, so the Magna Carta is supposed to be
Excellent.
Is that where it is?
Yeah, I didn't realise that. And we've got kicked out of the Songs of Praise bit. We're walking around the corner and there's a sign saying, the Magna Carta. So we walk around, there's a woman cleaning and we say, we're just here. Max is over from Canada and he just pops in and just goes, yeah, I'd like to have a look. I'm never going to be back again. She just let us in to walk in and have a little look while no one was looking.
Nice.
Fucking legendary.
So
Right, let's...
Sorry,
no,
just
that's
sidetrack.
fine. That's fine. Yeah, so basically the guy rapes loads of kids.
So it's essentially more of the same from the Catholic Church.
Yeah. No, these guys are Protestant.
Sorry, Protestant. It's more of the same from the Saturnian death cult.
Yeah, but quite a big story, and obviously another member of the World Economic Forum. Okay, so that's the
Far left WEF.
The Archbishop of Pedobury. What have we got next?
Sorry, I went on a random tangent.
That's right. Here's another big story.
Much
from the
like
last
you did on the
week.
stage at Liba Poco, man.
Another big story.
5 times, mate.
Another big story from the last 2 weeks. Company affiliated with Alex Jones seeks to disqualify the Onion's auction bid on InfoWars. So basically, long story short, after the whole Sandy Hook debacle, where Alex Jones got fined some ludicrous amount of money, I think it was like billions. Well, that's what the number that he was saying in the mainstream media. Well, basically, obviously made InfoWars go bankrupt.
Yes.
So they were auctioned off. This is how the story goes. And
the Jewish Onion, the Onion purchased it. Or wanted to purchase it.
Well, they did purchase it, but then now there's some like legal battle to say that it was basically a bogus auction and they didn't even make the highest bid. So a company affiliated with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones asked a federal judge on Monday to disqualify a bid by the satirical news outlet The Onion to buy Alex Jones's InfoWars at a bankruptcy auction, alleging fraud and collusion. The company First United American Companies, which is affiliated with the Jones website that sells dietary supplements, was the only other bidder at the recent auction. So Alex Jones has slyly tried to buy it back himself. And they offered $3.5 million. In a filing in bankruptcy court in Houston, a lawyer for the company asked the judge to declare it the winning bid instead of the Onion. The lawyer claimed that the bankruptcy trustee oversee auction improperly colluded with the Onion and families of the victims of Sandy Hook elementary shooting in Connecticut in naming the Onion in the winning bidder. So, yeah.
I'll counter that. So, are you aware Alex Jones is actually suing the Sandy Hook families now?
Oh my God. Yeah, I've seen this. Have you been watching Alex
on a
Jones
complete
recently?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, on the complete counter to everything that's going on. That those guys sued him, and that's the reason he's got to do all this shit. He's now suing them.
Mate, he's on one.
Yeah, he is. He's got some Mossad funds being unlocked.
Mate.
Oh, mate, it's highly funded by the Black Cube organisation to stir up the peasants. Like, look at this meme. Mo from The Simpsons is kicking Alex Jones, Infowars.com, out of the bar. But then he's just stood behind him with the Alex Jones News Network.
Behind the bar?
Behind the bar, yeah, straight back in there. So The Onion has acquired InfoWars in a bankruptcy auction. They plan to debut a new InfoWars in January that will serve as a parody mocking weird internet personalities like Alex Jones. The Onion CEO says they acquired it because this is the funniest thing that has ever happened.
So they're quite literally, they want to run it into the ground.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to do.
But I thought, nevertheless, it was an interesting story. Okay.
I watched him on the night of the Trump election. He popped up on...
Oh, it was great.
With his chest out.
Yeah, it was great.
It's
fantastic.
Oh, Alex Jones
he
wasn't
gets
even on the list.
Fucking pissed.
Oh, yeah, mate. He has problems
He
with
gets
it, doesn't he?
really,
He has
yeah.
problems
But
with
when he
whiskey,
gets
doesn't
pissed, he gets really pissed.
Mate, the election.
When he was
incredible.
one of the funniest times I've ever seen Alex Jones, right? But all the years I've been
What, you
watching,
pissed? He was drunk?
yeah, mate. I've been watching Alex Jones since how old was I? I was probably 18, 19 when I started watching Alex Jones.
A long time ago.
And he was funny back then. But the funniest time I've ever seen him when he was on Joe Rogan with Eddie Bravo. Like,
Oh, yeah,
they
he
were
started, mate,
fucking
he-
hammered,
fucking
mate.
quality.
They were hammered, man.
Do you
They
remember
were
the one?
absolutely.
Do you remember
wrecked.
it was one of the elections as well? Joe Rogan had a massive. He had loads of them in there. Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Was it that one?
No, it wasn't that. No.
That
it
one was
just
There was
Eddie,
one where
Eddie
Alex
Bravo,
Jones is
Jones.
like drinking whiskey, and I think he smoked a spliff as well.
Yeah,
And they asked him a question. He starts talking about something. Then within about 10 to 15 seconds, he's going, yeah, but and he's like going round, and he's like doing about like 10 subjects a minute. In this epic rant that goes
just
on,
losing it.
Yeah, completely
You know
losing
what?
it.
I fucking love Alex Jones, man.
I think he's great.
Yeah, I think it's great.
He's one of my favourite Clown World characters.
Whatever you think of
best,
Alex
mate.
Jones,
Yeah,
whether
it
he's
doesn't
Mossad,
matter.
whatever, it's irrelevant. He's
Doesn't
still a fucking great character.
He's a fucking legend.
Kieran D says, but he's friends with Joe Rogan, deGrasse Tyson, and everything.
And so what?
So what?
Yeah, he's just a character. So,
So
that's the
what?
thing, is that if you see this all as just a big Schwabian
Do
play,
you not want to see things burn a little bit and see?
Yeah.
It's like
madness?
Rabbi Shmuley. Rabbi Shmuley's
Rabbi
great to
Shmuley.
watch. He's great to watch.
when our Rabbi Shmuley watch party, an introduction to Rabbi Shmuley comes out on Patreon next week. It's going to be a big day. It's
And
gonna
guys,
it's going to be next Sunday.
If you're not on Peasantron, like you are seriously missing out. With Rabbi Shmuley is probably he's my top 3 character. One of my top 3.
Yeah, he's
I
very
reckon,
good,
yeah.
very good
It's
character.
even like Boris Johnson, mate. I fucking love Boris Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's
'cause he was
quality.
just so entertaining.
Nah, Boris Johnson ain't got nothing on Shmuley.
No.
Shmuley will actually make you like gag in your throat. Like,
you
the
retch.
mini sick will come to the forefront in the back of your mouth.
Yeah, so get onto Patreon right now. Sub on Patreon. We'll send you a Rise Above goodie pack with like beer mats and stickers and Christmas cards in it. It's only $3 a month, and you get things like the Rabbi Shmuley watch party, which is coming up. Right, next subject. A big distraction in Clown World in the last couple of weeks. It's Mr. Mike Tyson.
What a fucking
Mike
what
Tyson.
a fool of a champion, eh?
Mike Tyson. Yeah, well, mate, this.
I'm just quite sad about it, mate.
I watched it, mate.
Did you
I
actually watch it?
I watched it.
Yeah, I
Oh, no,
watched
I didn't
it
watch
live.
it live.
Used to watch it, mate.
I watched it,
live.
and I said to Becky, like in the start of round 2, I was like, "This is awkward to watch."
Yeah, round
This
1 and
is
2,
awkward to
he come out swinging. I'll tell you what, though, to give props to 2 girls who fought before, that was an incredible fight.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah,
Right,
incredible
so-
fight.
Here's something I posted on my official Combat Sports MC page. The funniest thing about the Tyson versus Paul scripted exhibition is, in the last few months leading up to the event, I've overheard in the flesh big name combat sports journalists and professionals, names you will know, discussing it as if it were actually a legitimate contest.
Yeah.
To me, that's more concerning for the future of boxing than the multi-million pantomime itself.
I read the comment thread of this as well.
Now, when I say
there were some names mentioned,
I'm talking about, like, I've literally heard people that get flown out to Saudi Arabia and appear on screens that you watch, and big mainstream newspapers that do the sports column were literally saying, "Oh, Jake Paul's a good contender. He's very strong, but Tyson is old." Like, listen, I'm not a fighting expert, but I'm going to say this: if it was a legitimate contest, it doesn't matter how old Mike Tyson is.
hey, you know more than most. You're in the combat sports industry.
Yeah,
you
man.
probably know more than most.
Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson. Jake Paul is not a legitimate fighter.
This is what
Did you
pisses
mean
me off,
Michael
man.
Tyson?
Michael Tyson.
This is what pisses me off, though. Like, people who spend their lives in gyms trying to get up through the circuits and things like that, and going through so much battle to get into the circuit, and some fucking lad from YouTube. Don't get me wrong, what he's done, he's put a lot of money into the thing, but it's a piss take for people who've
If
struggled,
you
man.
look at the people who've done breakdown videos, I've watched a couple of them, a few reels. Like, you can see, right? I've seen loads of Tyson fights, right? And I've never seen him biting on his glove like that, like he did.
That was weird.
To me, that's like this guy is wound up and he's trying to stop himself from knocking some little oik out.
And
who's in
you
front
could
of him.
see that it was a scripted exhibition.
Yeah,
It wasn't
100%.
legit.
But
No.
he was still angry about the fact that
Sure.
he had to not knock the fucker out to get his 20 million.
Because the thing is, right, Michael Tyson will not
That's a
get
good
20
point, Andy. I
million
hadn't thought about
himself.
it like that.
No, of course he won't.
40% of that will go into
Go
tax.
to his and his team.
And his team, they reckon he'll walk away with personally after tax about 5 million.
Yeah, I was going to say 6.
That's still not a bad number for
Not
a
bad,
fucking
not bad.
jump about in a
But
ring.
let's look at some of the facts, right? This shows the punches that were thrown.
Yeah, I see. It's
Right.
mad, isn't it? Like 19.
You saw Tyson hitting the bags in the training. He can throw 3 punches in a second.
Yeah. On
He can hit you 5 or 6 times.
If
in
you
a
look at some
couple
of the
seconds.
slowed down footage of Tyson in that fight, you can see that he nearly went for it and then deliberately stopped himself and pulled himself back. Like there's a couple of clips.
The only
that I've
actual
seen.
fighter that Jake Paul had a legitimate fight with was Tommy Fury, who is shit.
Yeah.
And he beat him. Don't tell me this guy could beat Mike Tyson in a fight. Doesn't matter if Mike Tyson's a granddad. He was still the most dangerous boxer ever. That doesn't go away once you get.
I'd argue still is.
Well, that's what they always say. The power doesn't go.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just the stamina.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, you can see that Paul.
On
Massively,
the telly, they said 19, not 18. On
18?
all of the things, it was 19 punches. You got 18 there, innit?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was 19.
Punch? No, that's percent. Oh, yeah, 18, and the percent that were landed.
Yeah,
so
he landed 19 punches.
So not only is Jake Paul throwing 4 times as many punches, they're roughly 60 to 70% more accurate, and they're landing more as well.
I'll be interested to watch the fight and actually count that, because I watched the
Mate,
first couple rounds. You come out and
it's
swat
cringe.
loads of punches.
It's cringe, mate. It's not nice to watch.
No, I watched it live. I stayed up. I fell asleep, woke up just before it. But he come out in the first 2 rounds. I swear he threw more than 19 punches.
Yeah, he did throw more than 19 punches. Yeah.
Well, this is what it's saying in the mainstream media. Some people that were learned, like Stuart...
We all know that's a valid source of information, don't we?
That's what Stuart McConnell said before the fight. There will be no KO. Jake Klein wins on points, lights, camera, action, #scripted.
Yeah.
And here's a phenomenon. A lot of people the day before the fight were Googling who won out of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, and they were getting a couple of different results, but basically said that Jake Paul wins on points, which before the fight actually happened. So... some say it was legit, some say it was staged, some say it was a humiliation ritual, which we'll mention in a moment. But I find it wild that the most anticipated fight of the year just happened to be on the same day that the Pentagon failed yet another audit.
And a full moon.
It was on a full moon too. The Pentagon fails
Supermoon.
7th audit in a row, but says progress has been made. So that's on the 15th of November. Little funny one here. Jake Paul... Netflix offers Jake Paul $50 million to push George Foreman down the stairs.
Would you think this is all a massive ploy for Netflix to launch? Because now they've got football, they've got the NFL, they've got a load of sports stuff all coming through.
I actually going to put forward the theory that what we could be looking at here is an actual deliberate attack on the integrity of traditional bread and circuses.
Yeah. This is a switch.
Because
Netflix have just got all of this live stuff streaming and that. This is just the beginning of it. And they had to do it with a bang, didn't they?
There's a lot of stuff recently about other sports being totally fake.
The referee looked a bit weird.
He does look a bit weird. So David Potter here is quite a big combat sports journalist. Oh, and he did a watch party on Amazon that had like 30 million views or something really high. Oh man, I'm already hearing rumbles about lawsuits against Netflix for the Paul Tyson fight as far as it being fixed. I'm going to reveal what I know and what I was told by Netflix documentary filmmakers outside the arena tomorrow night at 9 p.m. on Fight World Live on Amazon and YouTube.
It's literally just what I said. I haven't seen this post. I said, is it not a ploy by Netflix just to do a boom and start all?
Yeah. I got paid to watch the Tyson make a walk to the ring and commentate as well as the check clears. I have zero complaints. As long as the check clears, but I definitely can clarify my concerns, because the other thing, people were betting on this fight.
Yeah.
And if it turns out that there's a contract to show this was a scripted fight from a sports entertainment company that people are saying, then a big fraud has actually taken place. Because that's allegedly why Conor McGregor threw Mike Perry out of BKFC. He was the world champion in bare knuckle fighting, and he fought Jake Paul. Now, Mike Perry is one of the hardest bastards ever. Jake Paul beat him, and Conor McGregor, off the back of that, threw him out of the company. But it turns out that Conor McGregor bet loads of money on Mike Perry, but Mike Perry didn't tell him he was contracted that he had to lose the fight.
People being thrown fights for fucking...
Yeah, exactly. So here's another interesting one. There's something about Jake Paul that links to EDM. There's an article I can't be bothered to write about how the shift to spectacle over art is all we can expect in the future. And yeah, predicted as much in my books. This is someone called The Secret DJ.
I don't like EDM. That whole fucking electronic dance music, fuck that. It's different genres. What is EDM?
Yeah, well, it's a way to swap it all together and make it shit. Watching Jake Paul is like watching an EDM DJ suddenly appear on front covers. You know for a fact they haven't paid their dues. You know for a fact their work is shit. You know it was all bought, and you know it's what America does best. Elevate fame at all costs above anything else. Absolute supremacism.
And you said there, Michael, it's all bought.
This EDM music.
I think we all know who bought it.
Well, this EDM, like my son, he's 8, yeah, and all the YouTube channels and videos of his age is all just EDM. There's no differentiation from different music. It's just all the EDM.
It's just standardisation, isn't it? As if being number one means cheating, lying, and buying away, it all being opposed. It simply doesn't matter in modern society. We live entirely in the spectacle now. And this is
a simulation, Michael.
Well, this is what I was getting at. Traditionally, for hundreds and thousands of years, physical bread and sports, whether it was fights, bread and sports, bread and circus, whether it was team sports, fight sports, the Colosseum.
Someone in the comments just said EDM Jake Paul ? Well, this is the thing. It's EDM. It's the electronic dance music. Jake Paul's an electronic fucking.
He's an EDM fighter.
Yeah, but he's
an EDM retard. For fuck's sake, Michael. What were you saying?
Electronic media.
I think that the traditional physical bread and circuses, where you go and watch something and you sit there and you witness it for real, like a fight, like football or whatever. I've got a feeling that this is an attack on the integrity of boxing.
Yeah,
it's actually an attack on traditional bread and circuses.
Could you then carry that over to a live gig where you can clearly see everyone's just lip syncing?
Yeah. Exactly.
To destroy an industry.
Well, I've noticed it where rappers now do PAs where they literally turn up and they don't even bother to have an instrumental that they rap on. Like they just rap over their own lyrics.
Similar to Rata, really gets in the ones and twos, just press auto sync.
Sick.
Oh, shots fired, motherfucker.
Dropped.
I think it is to start showing that everyone that maybe it has all been scripted all along, or at least it is all now. It's this all started with the Tyson Fury and the Saudi Arabia thing, which we covered on the show when he had the Wheel of David on his shorts and stuff. So I personally think this is all part of the Great Ra set. It's an attack on traditional physical spectator bread and circuses, where we'll
mate, this is a whole motherfuckers talking about this on YouTube. No one
towards the virtual swab, isn't it?
Exactly.
You love that shit, Lance. Mate, tell the peasants what you're on.
It's called rocket fuel. It's basically like this fucking expensive honey infused.
Bullshit, guys. He's on adrenochrome.
It's adrenochrome.
It's adrenochrome.
It opens up your airwaves, makes you inhale more oxygen, and makes you able for you to consume rabbit better. That's what it does.
Have we just become one of them channels that crumples crisps and whispers?
Oh, what, like an ASMR channel? Yeah, I'll have another can of Michael. We'll have some magic in a minute. Right.
Yeah, I've got some bangers to play. Come on.
All right, cool. So we're back to the humiliation ritual of Michael Tyson.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Like, on a full moon, like I said this. I've been in boxing changing rooms a lot more than most men, apart from boxers, obviously. I've never once seen anyone walking around wearing something like this before their fight. It doesn't happen. Those shorts go on hours before the fight. You get in a nice sense of warm. You're not expending too much energy. You'll do some stretches. You'll do some pad work.
Is it ironic? Is it ironic that this was on a supermoon?
Yeah, supermoon. Yeah, this is on do you know the moon it was? A beaver's moon. I looked it up. It was a beaver's moon. A Beavis and Butthead. Beavis. There it is. It's a beaver's moon.
Gosh.
I knew there was something in that when I said it. The Beavis and Butthead moon. Okay. So Auntie Coviet. Hello there, Auntie Coviet. Big shout out to you saying, is that Michelle Obama?
Auntie Coviet, where the fuck's our memes?
Here look. It's big Michael Tyson. Yeah, Auntie Coviet, send us some fucking memes, please.
Where's the memes?
Where's the memes at? So Mike Tyson has that Rashiki fit on, okay. Mike Tyson, after following the script with all of his money,
it's 6 million.
And as
5 million.
5 million. And as you can see, lots of different mainstream media outlets now questioning whether it was rigged. It's the wedge in the door. Next, they realised that all the stuff in Saudi is being rigged
and
as
then
well.
you got Taylor Swift fucking auto-syncing and lip-syncing.
Yeah. NFL legend claims Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson was rigged due to never-before-seen secret contract clause. Yeah. Okay, next subject. We're going to have music very soon.
Cross it off, Michael. We've crossed Michael Tyson. What are we on here?
Oh God, was that even on there? Yeah, Mike Tyson. I've crossed it off.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Next one, the National Clottery. It could be you. It had its 30th anniversary this week. Auntie Covia.
33 million people in Britain are mentally ill. No, but not.
Who's tuned in right now, pointed this out. So big shout to her. So 30 years since the peasant taxery, the National Lottery started. That was last week. This was. Now, do you know what the first two numbers to ever be drawn in the National Lottery were?
Come on,
back in
Michael.
1994.
Come on.
We've been talking about this earlier. First was the number 30, and then was the number 3.
No, it wasn't.
And then at the end, they've got a 2-2, so you've got Skull and Bones in there as well.
Oh, Michael.
Come on! What? Say that again.
So the first number to be pulled on the National Lottery, the first time it ever
Was
happened, was
30.
30. Then it was 3. Then you had a bunch of other numbers, and the last number was 22.
So hang on, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in six numbers.
You've got a 33 and a 322.
Yeah, in 6. So
Not bad going.
divide 6 by 2. It's
And
3.
then I think Auntie Covia
What's the
also
total
pointed
of all
out.
numbers?
Yeah, we'll add them up. It will all break down to 33 again. George Orwell quotes. This is obviously from 1984. They had a lottery in that fictional novel too. The lottery, with its weekly payouts of enormous prizes, was the one public event which all the peasants paid serious attention to. It was probably the one where some millions of peasants from whom the lottery was the principal.
Michael.
What?
I've just done the gematria.
Watched you do it, Andy.
I've just done the gematria.
I watched your ticking.
The gematria reduces to 8.
Down to 8.
Which is infinity.
Which is infinity.
just
The
watched
infinite
you
peasant's
It's
hat.
the infinite peasant.
So basically, they're pointing out that in 1984 they also had a national peasant clottery. They loved it. Their intellectual stimulant, their anodyne, their folly. Where the lottery was confirmed, even people who could barely read and write seemed capable of intricate calculations and staggering feats of memory. But the problem was the large prizes were mainly paid out to non-existent persons. So it's just like stealing their money and not really paying the peasants out. So big shout out to Auntie Coviet for bringing that to my attention. Okay, so this was a good one. No context here, really.
This is fucking obscene, honestly. When I saw you share this, I was like, this is fucked up.
What does that say? Being offence is an offence?
Yeah. And as you see, they've got like a disabled policeman right in front of it. Now, no disrespect to people that have a walking stick or are disabled. I didn't know that you could have a walking problem and still become a policeman on the beat.
I wouldn't be worried if I was being chased by a cop on a walking stick.
They got a fucking desk job, Michael.
How do you pass the physical if you need a walking stick?
They're not. They're just on a desk job. They might be a receptionist, for fuck's sake. And they've just brought them out because they got a walking stick. And it's more heartstrings. I'm a disabled retard. That's all it is.
Why are they wearing? Is this old? Why are they wearing masks? Maybe they've all like they're all immuno.
They're told to wear masks.
They're all immunodepressed.
To
The Q-Trax is saying no way. Oh my god. Coppers in masks still freak me out, says Lord Doobsworth.
I've seen loads of people recently.
No, this is the handler in the fluorescent jacket. That's the handler of the 3.
Have you guys? I've seen an influx of people in masks recently.
What are you saying? There's an increase in peasant face coverage recently.
I don't know. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people in the last few weeks with masks on.
You hanging around university?
No, I've been quite all over the place.
So, what's some of the comments here? Yeah, but we recommend multiple clot shots until premature death. That's what the police are saying, apparently. Okay, this is actually the last story. I meant to talk about this 2 weeks ago. Becky S brought this to our attention. So this happened on Halloween, this story came out on the 4th of November.
The Headless Horseman.
Yeah, the headless peasant.
Virus man in the chat.
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Someone just.
Oh yeah, Virus Man is in the chat. Wow, he's back.
What? Wow.
Big shout out to Virus Man, one of our original
veterans.
Veteran, sort of like a saint of memory.
Yeah, a martyr even.
Even martyr.
A rata.
Right, last story. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to play this video. This is actually really good. Back to Mike Tyson quickly. Big shout out to Al Gore on this one. I don't know.
Did you see that last Tyson
so weird.
piece? That was
That's
so weird. It wasn't even him.
No. It's George Foreman.
Fucking
They
good.
schwabbed together George Foreman.
Let me just. Where's the screen gone? Oh, here we are. So yeah, some of these AI videos are getting quite entertaining there. So right, this story, basically in a nutshell.
Enlarge it.
Shall I make this one bigger so everyone can see? We'll get rid of the Pasantron thing.
Get the dancing peasant off it. There we go.
Wow, what?
Go on, Andy.
Edinburgh decapitation tragedy. Victim, in quote brackets, fell under the wheels of a bus at 7 p.m. before horrified bystanders mistook the aftermath for a Halloween stunt.
Oh, wow.
So pension. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, a severed head was found in the street, which people originally thought was some sort of prank or a prop.
Just rolling around.
Does anyone want to see the video?
Yeah, let's do it. Hit it. Hit it.
Oh my gosh.
So he's actually picked up the head,
Oh,
realised
wow.
it's real, dropped it. Now watch this bit.
Oh, and
His mate comes over and starts teabagging it in the street. That is actually a man's head. It's a head. This is mental, isn't it? Let's just get a little rewind on that.
Brutal. Oh, we're getting shut down from YouTube for playing that.
This hasn't actually got the full, like, the dude, this isn't the full video. The dude walked past it, he stopped, looked at it, and then walked back, then started picking it up. This was like...
Jesus.
And then that guy teabagged.
Yeah, then he teabagged. I think they thought, the mate who walked past it, then stopped, it just thought it was like a mask or something.
I haven't seen
And then
this
actually
story.
realised, that, hang on a sec, and then picked up, he's like, shit, that's fucking real.
That's fucking real. Now, the obvious question is, where did this head come from?
And why isn't it dripping with Michael juice?
Well, the official story is this is a pensioner whose severed head was found in the street in Edinburgh. It's believed to have been decapitated
Was
after
it bodily fluids just dried up?
falling under the wheel arch of a bus. Okay.
Oh, come on, Michael.
Halloween revelers picked it up. Yeah. How the hell? Well, where's its body?
Play the video again. Hold on. There's no blood, is there?
Let me
No,
just
there's
play
no,
it again.
there's no juices,
Yeah,
mate.
no, you've mentioned it.
Let me play it
The
again.
road's clean, mate. You'd think if there was a splattering.
Oh, no, look at the floor. There's loads of shit
Oh,
there.
mate, no, there's not.
No, that's
loads
a
of
shadow,
shit.
that's a
Not
shadow.
Not if a head got taken off a body, there would be shit splattered everywhere, all over the place. Surely.
Yeah, but it might have been there for a while.
I'm no homicide detective.
When you see the body, is there blood all around it?
But-
Yeah.
No, you don't see the body. That's the whole point. The body was
that
was
not
not
at
with
the
the
very
head.
No, it was an isolated head.
Was that not it at the very end of the video?
No,
Didn't they show-
The official story is that this person was running.
Play the video again, Michael.
Yeah,
You want to play the video again?
Yeah,
very,
because
very end,
Magic's
there's a
just,
body on
there's
the
a body
floor.
on the floor.
Yeah, there's a body on the floor at the very, very end.
Get ready to pause it.
Teabag.
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 PG tips, tea.
I thought he was going to kick it then.
Wait.
No,
Wait.
after this video,
Now
after
hit
this
it again.
video,
Hit it again.
after
Wait.
this
Wait.
video. No.
There.
Yeah, that's it.
That looks fake as fuck.
no
Look
blood
at the
around
outline
that.
of that, Michael.
What's that?
No.
I
Look at the legs.
I've
Is
seen
that
a-
good?
I've seen a
That's
video-
not real, mate.
I've
That's
seen
not
a
real.
video on
Go
Live
back,
Leak
Michael.
years
That is not
ago.
real. That is not
But
real.
I've seen a video on Live Leak years ago
I'm
where a
calling-
woman fell in front of a
I'm
dumper
calling
truck
little hat bullshit.
and it was fucking like a toothpaste tube fucking minging. And that was a video on Live Leak I seen years ago.
Right. So here are some questions.
But obviously, if we're
Let's
wrong,
make this
sorry.
bigger. Where was the victim's body? While we know the severed heads were discovered outside Brannaman's Bar on the corner of Nidri Street, just opposite Cowgate, the public still remains unsure of where Mr. Langton's body was found.
Nidri, nigh dry, and there's no juices.
No nid dry. And recovering following the crush.
Nigh dry.
People have only detailed that they were called to the Cowgate area. Right, so the problem is where the body is, and they know they've been in a crash, they obviously section it off. Why was the head so far away? Why was the victim's head found separate from the body?
Where's this article from?
Like, think about it. If a bus hit
Daily Star,
what was the head like stuck inside the wheel arch, just kicking around there and deposited up the road?
so
Or
the
just
newspapers
rolls like a football down the road.
Yeah.
So the actual newspapers are questioning this as well, then.
What? Yeah, absolutely. What happened to the bus driver? It must have been incredibly settling for the bus driver involved in the incident. Police have not yet confirmed if they managed to track down the driver, and instead detailed that officers had spoken to a number of people. So does that mean it was a
You're
hit and
telling
run?
me they can't track
can't
down
find
a
him.
fucking driver
Who ran someone over
find
until
out
their head-
who was on
their
shift
head
driving
came
a
off?
specific bus
Everyone
on
would
a
be stopped.
specific route
They'd stop
at a specific
everybody.
time.
Yeah, they'd stop everybody. In
Come on
Yeah.
now. Fuck me, what is our taxpayers' money going towards if they can't even locate a fucking bus driver?
It's pretty crazy, right?
Or identify a bus driver,
Is
let alone locate him.
Here are some more questions asked by the mainstream media. Is the bus crash site different to where the head was found? As mentioned earlier, with footage revealing police arrived on Nidri Street to recover the head after the footage was shared online. So they only found out about the head being there after the footage was shared online.
After some lads teabagged it.
Many are wondering whether the crash occurred in the same area. If it did, police would seemingly have noticed the man's head and recovered it along with the body.
You'd think so, innit?
Have
Like,
Halloween?
someone would notice.
Yeah. Well, if you find a body, like, where's the head? Have Halloween revelers been tracked down and spoken to? Has Police Scotland referred itself for investigation? So these are all very valid questions.
Well, the last point's really important. 6. Like, have they referred investigation? Because they ain't found no one. They can't track down a bus driver. Surely there's a bit of a. Like,
It sounds like
they're not doing a good job.
It sounds like they've just made that
It's
up.
not me, mate. What the fuck? The taxpayers' money going towards?
Right now,
Scotland Yard can't find the fucking severed head owner.
John O'Looney is a bit of a controversial figure. We had a little excerpt from him earlier on.
The calamari chef.
The calamari chef. He has a video on this. Let's see what John Looney thinks. O'Looney, yeah.
The 5th, 2024, and I'm looking with interest at the story of the 74-year-old who was allegedly hit by a bus in the Cowgate area on Saturday about 7:25 apparently, and his head was found some distance away. Now, it's full of holes, it's full of lies, and this is why. The width of the tyres on a bus are between 20 and 25 centimetres. Now, this ruler is set to that. And I'll say this as a man who worked for the coroner for 7 years of the 18 years I've been a funeral director. So my job was to pick up deceased on behalf of the coroner. Many of them were road traffic accidents. People been hit by a lorry, by a bus, and they were always flat, mate, trust me. They weren't cleanly beheaded like this guy was. And there's two things of note. So you notice how the police were appealing for restraint on posting the social media pictures because the evidence is in the pictures. Let me explain. So the chest cavity of this guy, and I've seen it, it remained, the profile of the chest showed no sign of any crushing injuries, just a cut across the neck. A clean cut across the neck. The profile of the chest wasn't flat at all. The same with the head, and there were pictures and video footage of a young lad picking the head up and then throwing it on the floor in disgust when he realised it was a real head. Now, there was no damage to the head other than it being severed. The jaw wasn't crushed, and look at the width of a bus tyre. That's the width of a bus tyre, 20 to 25 centimetres. In order to go over your neck and sever your head like that, it's impossible. It's a physical impossibility. So there's only one culprit that goes around beheading people, to my mind. But if you say anything, you're a phobic. You're phobic. But that's the reality. This man had his head cut off by a very sharp sword or a knife, I suspect, as a man who worked for the coroner for a long time. Why are the mainstream media lying? That's what they do. That's what they do, because it's deemed as a matter of national security. But I can tell you, this guy never lost his head being run over by a bus.
Here you go, right. I've worked on a lot of vehicles. I'm a welder, yeah, by trade. The only way that you're going to get your head cut off cleanly in a being run over by a bus is if you have your head in the arch and the metal of the arch cuts your head cleanly off.
Yeah.
Why would he have his head in an arch? So that's not possible.
There's no way you can get run over by a bus, your head gets into that arch. And
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's
get
the only
mashed
way
to
that I
pieces
can think
first.
that that's possible, that you could have your head cleanly severed. Because I've worked in an arch, I've stood up and you've cut the side of your neck or whatever. So there is sharp bits on the sides. So it's very possible, but ridiculously fucking minimal chances of that happening. But also, why would a pensioner be that close at the precise moment to have his head in?
Who knows, Michael?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Right, should we move on?
Yeah, do you want to get up to the decks match?
Nonces in need.
Yeah, this happened this week. So more money laundering for the Black Cube organisation. Look at the BBC logo. It's 3 black cubes. So yeah, they probably raised.
It is good shot. Yeah.
£33 million to purchase shares in the arms trade or the tobacco industry, which was what they were caught doing before Children in Need. So yeah, just some nice memes really. Here's one from Bazman, BBC, Children We Need, with a remix of Master Ginny the Bear. Thought that was pretty good. Here's one that came out this week. Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos push for climate Brittany's in the food supply by Frank Bergman. Now, this wasn't... Oh, look, and he's even eating a bug. Do you see that?
Is he fuck? He's not eating that bug. He might have put it near his mouth. He might have licked it. Yeah.
So I did fact check this, and it's absolutely true. This is from November 19th. A little dystopian. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates bankrolling methane... Brittany for cattle. Bill Gates and Amazon founder. Yeah, so...
What, so they've got a Britney Spears death dart to stop cows farting?
Yeah, to stop...
Is this what we're showcasing here?
To stop climate change. This was one of our jokes. Like years ago,
shit. This is wild.
We were literally joking about a climate change.
Look at the technology they're producing, guys. They're actually spending your money on stopping cows from farting.
The funding comes from the Bezos Earth Fund, the philanthropy he has established with $10 billion
the
in
Earth
2020.
Farter.
The Earth Fart. The fund intends to distribute all of the money by 2030 by funding projects to fight climate change and protect nature.
Again, yeah, project Agenda 2030 goes.
Protecting nature by injecting it with hazardous Britney Spears compounds to stop it causing climate change is not protecting nature.
So again, if you look into the Dark Occult Priest class, what they love to do is fuck with anything organic.
Absolutely.
If you can, they're literally trying to digitalize everything.
The Black Cube doesn't want any organics.
No. They literally just want digital everything.
Yeah, so, guys, that is bringing... I believe that is bringing our Schwab show to... Yeah, this is all just random stuff from Clown World. We don't need to worry about that. Another epic show, but this is the last live show of the year. I need to let you know. Let's just cross everything off the list here. We're going to be back with a live show on the 10th of January where Daddy Dragon Graham Moore comes on. And from next year, we've got a new start time.
Yes, we have.
We're going to be starting 1 hour earlier, 8 p.m. The show will still always be a minimum of 3 hours. We might go on to midnight some nights, but we thought we want to start a bit earlier for various different reasons.
When we originally started Rise Above, we started broadcasting at 7.
I know.
And then we moved to 9, so now we're going to 8.
Remember them 7 till 4 in the morning?
Yeah, I remember those 8-hour streams, Madge. I remember them well. So remember, although there won't be any Rise Above Live in the next 5 or 6 weeks, there will still be regular uploads to Patreon. I will get videos scheduled on there.
Wednesdays and Fridays.
Wednesdays and Sundays.
Sundays.
Unfortunately, Restream won't allow me to program 5 or 6 weeks of recorded shows on a Friday. So over to Patreon it is. £3 a month or $3.33 will unlock the full Patreon experience, and there's stuff on there which you definitely want to see. Another way, also tickets are back for the Weekender. 50 more tickets have been released. Scan the QR code or go to the link in the description if you want to join everyone in the flesh for a lot of fun in a hotel in Bournemouth in March 2025. What else can we say? Yeah, remember, if you buy merch in between now and Christmas, I feel generous. You're going to get one of these Rise Above merch packs, stickers, coasters, Christmas cards, Dr. Kimchi meme stickers, the works. Have I forgotten?
What have we got here, guys?
Yeah, we just want to unload. We want to unload it all. We'll be back next year in a very big way. Expect more new guests. Expect a studio upgrade, and a whole lot more from Rise Above HQ. Magix, are you ready?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I'm just about to play. I've just got signed to a pretty big garage label.
Oh, nice.
So I'm just about to play a couple.
What's the name of the label, man?
Step 2 Records.
Step 2 Records.
I'm just
Dope.
about to, are you ready for this?
Raw. He's going to play you out Magix on the 1s and 2s.
Right here, right now, is where we draw the line.
let us know how the levels are. We didn't want it to sound nice for the last set of the year, Magics. And yeah, of course I'm going to do some MC, and it'd be rude not to. This is Rise Above. Oh shit, Magics. Ramedy crew and performers. Ramedy crew, yo. All Ramedy crew and performers. Welcome back to the doors of my mental fortress. You know what the score is. Strict entry, dress code flawless. It's more than enormous, way too much for the minds of them paupers. They said double L extorts us, free of charge new Ramish orders. The whole place jumps in accordance when the general talks more on the chorus. The second I saw the tourists, I knew how to pause the Ouroboros. Live from headquarters, we're broadcasting across all borders. To the land of the lawless, for the Ramish sons and daughters. Yeah, we rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love, Magics. Yo, let's stand this up. Yes, yes. Okay. Sound of the Magics, big shout out to everybody tuned in. Are the levels nice? Q tracks, let me know. Magics is in full control. I'm double LMC, let's roll. You've heard of me, the flow's poisonous liquid mercury. In my voice when I curse the beat, I let it moisten up and then it's surgery. Guilty as charged, repeat offender. Revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data, success or defeat, no retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. A killer artist, Charlie Hebdo. A false flag with actors in tow, and they blame Islam for the leading show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen. Could it be baited these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hating, so nothing's changing. Repeat offense. Once again, my ass is back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views on my form of defense, so hence, sort the wheat from the chaff. Covert conflicts, rearrange maps. Government funded, hidden bloodbaths. Misinformation is way off the graph. Seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds off courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. Operate in a lawless state. Magic. Alright, I'm on one. Are we sounding better? How's that? I'll turn it up. Big shout to Hermes, he's come to say hello. Yo, Magics, let them know. I'm gonna let them know. Yo, fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome. Any covey or weasel, let it be known. Rise above your parasite force. You could come with a tank or a horse. You could drive at me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. You will get fun and torch. Judgment Day, natural law. Lord Tribe and your global cause that will put your plans on a total pause. We remain tough on the lever. We catalyze better. Don't survive at the end of your temper. Just strive in the greatest apocalypse ever. Big shout to Q Tracks. Is that better? Magics. The levels went down again.
Selector, ease up.
2, 1, 2. I can't turn it much louder, it's gonna redline. Yo, sound of the magic. Levels are good. Yo, yo. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is Rise Above. Select magic, show them love. Oh shit. This is more than lyrics, practical magics or quantum physics. Fasting and bargains, evil spirits. I acquiesce to appease my critics. Infinite essence can't be diminished when the fear inside your heart is extinguished. Spellcast Enochian English. Are you LL, the unlimited linguist? Check Sumerian kings list, Nephilim ethics, Aryan princes, skeptical methods, mothers and witches and shamans, mixed plants in the kitchen, tied to a stake against their wishes. Dies with the kerosene pitches, burnt to a crisp, no word from a witness. Tied by the neck, dump them in ditches, whoa, suppressing no knowledge of source. Perplexed by your powerful force, stretch timelines, alter the course. Yo, to archaic laws. And I'm here to revive what are hidden and I keep it alive. I make sure the sun, moon and the stars and the planets collide when I vocalize God. I'm housed in a thermal reactor, in a mouth full of verbal enactors. Subdermal saliva extractors, danger for murderous actors. Magics, he's too wavy. Yes, yes, sound of the magics. Remember, you need to subscribe to our Patreon if you want to get the full rabbit. Big shout to the funky trucker. Yo, you know we rise above. Yeah, rise above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up that darkness. The power we harness. Magic, rise above. MC double L, rise above. Every Friday, rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. Love. My general hat, you is fixed like a glove. More hope than 33 doves. Yo, listen up, bruv. That hungry parasite can't get enough. That's why we rise, rise. That's why we rise above. Extinguish fear, fear when we generate love. That hungry parasite can't get enough. That's why I never stop, bruv. If it's not loud enough, just turn it up. Alright, now we're getting serious. Guys, I will see you in 2025. I'll see you all the way through December. You'll see me next week to make some Peasantron videos, Andy TG. Word. Guys, if it's not loud enough, turn it up. I can't turn it up anymore. Magics. Yo, listen, the deepest web got woven. Not every man got chosen to tread this path of a shogun. Tireless training to combat the cloven hoof. Emboldened armor, golden truth. Swing your sword, hold your proof, that's ultimate. While you hold it back, rise above or fall like a laundromat. Be determined before the womb. written on the walls of a tomb. Ouroboros, eternal circle, infernal flames of rock and the burn you. Boil and curdle the shell of a turtle. 33rd degree epidermal. Fire dance the master traversal. Ascending all metaphysical hurdle. Subvert the spectrum like purple. DPM, decrease visibility. Camouflage adore my internal optic nerve. Increase agility. Shaman tech, occult ability. Dark sorcerers forecast misery. With showered in voodoo, smooth delivery. I've got people saying it's too quiet and too loud at the same time. I can't win. Yo, Magics. Sound of the Magics. Poison dart, straight to the heart, mate. Yo, now a sound boy never wanna partake. Haha, it's not a game, in no arcade. It's not a game, in no arcade. I shoot like a Cupid, I'm causing them heartache. Cranberry River, it's your last day. Yo, Madge. Amazing sound, rise above. Solidarity and cohesion. Together resist their lesion. Magic's on the mix and blend. Listen up, listen in. Rise above TV.
Not everyone understands.
Don't forget, tickets are available for our weekender, including an after party featuring Magic's. Featuring Andy PG, myself, MC Manic.
Not everyone understands.
Featuring Marky P, Mark Devlin, Sheep Farm. Magic's with the wicked selection, you never know what's coming next. Welcome to the Covia. Welcome to the Covia Union. Human rights are losing them. We're abusing them, grooming them with that toxic pollution. Airborne aluminum, precursor, transhumanism. It's all Schwabian and Malthusian. That's right, that's right. Oh, cheers, Andy PG. I said, welcome back to the Covia Union. Weak minds, we're abusing them. Big shout to the funky trucker, you want me to let loose? Okay, Baphomet images, hideous, Baphomet images, hideous text, hideous scriptures, Baphomet images, hideous text. Yo, they tear at your flesh. And again, Baphomet images, hideous text, hideous scrimmages, tear at your flesh. Advocates limitless criminal privilege, and it's the wicked is good with finesse.
Everyone understands.
Haha. Still got it.
It's a spiritual thing.
Okay then, alright. Now we're getting serious. Give me some flames.
Everyone understand.
Show me some explosions. Chat room massive, where you at? Big shout to everyone tuned in.
It's really
1122. Yo, how's the level now? Oh shit. I'm a lifelong student. Wow. I'm a lifelong student. Yo, Magic's double L, let's make some improvements. I said, lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses locked in a vault, yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's right, double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword, bury them first with a samurai tongue. Severing nerves, focus intent, remember. Execute manifesta is the that we presented from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The whole room goes quiet, drop of a pin comes loud. Did you hear, bruv? Now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical. Quadrivium, never physical, we're literal. Still traversing, understanding without rehearsing. Reject your soul from eternal thirsting. Eternal thirsting. I'm a lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses locked in a vault. Madge, yo, you're making me do something. MC chat about whips and cars. I write bars about pyramids on Mars.
cannot wait for the after party at the Royal Weekender. Then I don't have to worry about what's going on the screen. I can really get into the music. I cannot wait. Oh shit! Yo, pull that shit up, Magics. I didn't have the buttons ready. That's when I need Andy PG. I know. What we got? Get up. Kick over the table. Break some chairs. It's Magics, Double L Skin. What's going on and what's happening? What's going on? What's going on and what's happening? Oh. Last show of 2024. Let's go out with a bang. I know what I'm going to say to this. Since day one. Since day one. Q tracks, I'm sound engineering. We have to do all this shit ourselves. Yo, since day one we've been going in militant. Not same, oh so different. Abstract sonance, no equivalent. And Double L's flow's omnipotent. May I suggest a lyric proof vest? I've got a bar that will tear through a chest and cause a massacre from my caliber. Your Kevlar can't protect. Anyway, back to the subject. Expose devilish acts to the public. Talk topics they won't publish. Instigating cold wars like Sputnik. Observe you with a satellite view. Heard the cattle these parasites do. Worshipping the gods of our conquerors. No, that's a blinded acolyte view. Members are spineless, remain reminded. They drink blood and sacrifice you. And it's so misguided. Laws are provided to benefit the chosen few. So we rise above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. The single candle lights up that darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Identify targets, light them up and lick them down. Sprinkle and garnish, word, power and sound. I don't care if my rep gets tarnished. I spit this till I get in the ground. When they pollute your mind with garbage, do one thing. Hold it down. Hold it down. Hold it down. Big up Seema Dragon. Big up Doobsworth, Auntie Cobia. Hold on when I draw for the force. Like a Jedi, rebel Star Wars. And then slain the F-O's while food just laid down a boat in the typical draw. Springing out words in the temporary straw. And that's old quick draw McGraw. Now fuck that, back to the force. I said back to the force. Draw for the power. Every minute, every hour, yo, solidarity and cohesion. Together, resist their lesion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic I'm steaming. Plotting and reading, documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps with untrue directions. Peer through the cracks in perception. Say my prayers, face my reflection. Whoa, that's an offbeat drop. If you're enjoying this set, somebody let me know in the chat. This is Magics. This is something extra special. The last Ronin after the rapture. Last Ronin after the rapture. I navigate valley and pasture. This guy's my armor, the robes of a farmer. The tongue of an actor. The speed of a ninja. Way up, I feel blessed. After the rapture, I navigate valley and pasture. This guy's my armor, the robes of a farmer. Move like an actor. I feel blessed. Need to get that bar out properly. Let me think about that. Last rolling after the rapture. I navigate valley and pasture, disguise my armor, the robes of a farmer. I move like a ninja, the tongue of an actor. Upwind from the emperor's men, laying submerged in the temperate fen. Predators raiding the temperatures then when we sever the head of malevolent men. When the student outlives his master, seppuku slice is the final answer. Refusal invites dishonor, samurai code fractured, showered in temple 33rd chapter. The grand abbot considers these factors. Release me or prolong my capture. True can strike, instant reactor. Ronin no polymath, broke the code web she do honors at. Dark pass, broadcast telegraph, speak a silent word of a telepath. Twin-bladed soul controller, the two pillars of the dome enclosure. The ancient evil deed exposed, my code names written on a wanted poster. Wing this, cult of the solar, serpent energy, forbidden beholder. No servant master legacy, fuck a bloodline that's older. Say that name, burn that effigy. I'm a rise above soldier, that flame and burn that liturgy. I'm the one that you can't cross over. The general's here. When the general speaks, you best believe it's generally clear. This is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees. They're climbing dirty trees. Loving the set tonight, Madge. Poison dart, straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy never wanna poison dart. Straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy never wanna partake. It's not a game, in no arcade. I shoot like a cupid, I'm causing them heartache. Primary or river, it's your last day. I was a sinner, but that's in the past, mate. We never talk no more. What's going on? You never wanna parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one mentioned, no one named. Move on a track like a high-speed train. Never derailed by least no rain. Relentless. Big up Magics.
It's clearly racist.
This is Rise Above TV.
Hang to Havoc, yeah?
What's up, Funky Trucker? What are you saying? Big up the Outer Passion Zone 261. I see ya. Everyone in the chat, I see ya. Yo. There's no contest without the adversary. Demons and angels, it's cursory. It's all catalyst, reimbursing me. Adult babies, please step back. No contest without the adversary. Demons and angels, it's cursory. It's all catalyst, reimbursing me. Adult babies, back to the nursery. We don't fear the denying force. Ride the steed of the iron horse. Master Lee taught me by learning to master my quiet force. The triad from the fourth, quadrivium, vision, primal law with a millions to your door. I'll send back 33 million more for centuries and millennia. I've been planning, preparing, I'm telling you, brand new scripts with no editor. Fuck a reset, I am the editor. Magics. The next one is Magics' brand new track. Listen up. Magix has cobbled together a setup tonight using one CDJ and one half of his broken controller. More volume again. Okay. Yeah, I promise we're going to sort out what setting is causing this sound to be up and down. I think it's auto gain control, but I've turned that off. Yo, Madge. Yo. In the binary, one more ayat. 3-point energy flow of the triad. The trivium isn't trivial, fundamental sacred material. Occult physical yogic mudras, midnight visuals in arctic tundras. In a realm full of signs and wonders, hungry predators, ravenous hunters. Ideas aggregate from egregore, force condensed, crystalline metaphor, metamorphose code or semaphore, gretaphor told Al Gore's repertoire. Melting ice cap and a bursting reservoir, caused by a meat suit avatar, raw. As a burning sabotage, a cattle car to a UN abattoir. If you feel that easy, see you later. The dumbest NPC and addict creator. He's a proper consumer, propaganda propagator. Yo, get ready to meet your maker. Contract written with blood on paper. Sign it now, read it later. Take some more rocket fuel for the final part of this set. Michael! Yeah, let's talk about the shape of the realm. Yo, Magix. This is Magic's production. Is it round? Is it flat? I would say it's more like this. This realm rotates in a cycle, counter-rotational Solomon spiral. Makes them feel towers like Eiffel on vortex points that'll drain your vital. Simulacrums appear cyclical, toroid or electro-spiritual. The holosphere projects physical, the manifestational synergy's mythical. We got a problem. We got a problem. We've got a problem. Parasitical. Sign it now, read it later. Magix.
Baby, won't you keep your distance? You're getting too close to me. I've been feeling my resistance melting away, but she said she wouldn't mind if I spend a little time. Said you were a friend of mine. She could trust me out of sight. Now 2 bottles later on, and I've been trusted too long. I forget where I belong. Say, please don't turn me on.
Magix.
Please don't turn me on. Getting late, I know I should.
Oh yeah.
No, don't push me 'cause I'm not that strong. No. Could never make it right. No. Please don't touch me there. Stop getting in my mind. Stop there. Know about another. You care. She waiting for me
Yo, sound of the magic. Ladies and gents, stand up, stand up. Listen up, ladies and gents. Stand up and get your ass off a bench. We're hitting up all types of events. Clubs and raves and our big top tens and our big bashments. You know it makes sense. It costs money to give it a safe pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. No time left to sit on the fence and it's big. You know how we rave, man. You can't play if you got no game plan. That's just how I go and find this double L, not my nature to harm, man. I gotta do this justice, the mic's in my clutches, got to bust this. Double L so raw with the roughness, not even MC Hammer could touch this. Magic. Big up Kobe at Dissident. Drop. Big shout out to everyone in the chat.
Many different flavor for magics take you many different places, many different sound. Listen.
You are a no good, you are a no good, God, for the things that you do in front of me.
Big up Goldfee. Yo, match. Wickedest sound of Rise Above TV, Magic's double LMC. Why is it not playing properly? Oh, let's get some more rocket fuel. Big shout out to everyone tuned in. We'll go till 10 past 1. Magic's didn't start till 10 past 12. Michael. Boo. Remember, if you want more Rise Above, you got to sub to that Patreon, baby.
For the things that you do in front of me.
Come on, indeed, baby. Yo, it's like clash. It's like clash. It's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence. One from a harpy aside with a werewolf a lycan. Ooh-ha, that's for the silence. The way I build up a lyric is the same way a psychic summon up a spirit. Spelling out words for the letters on the Ouija board. For the demons you're reaching for, evil thoughts, greasy hordes. Speak alive from the other side. Am I lips smooth with the force? There's a few points to clarify. They want me to turn to the dark side and make a deal with a life force parasite. That's a burning appetite, observing the herd from a Death Star satellite. Them a serving the serpent, further the birth, our purpose is working. Under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye. Agents are lurking. Never tell me there's no conspiracy when 5 billion are living and I'm hurting. You're not a friend to me, don't make me your enemy. We need a revolution. I'll be the first in. And I keep researching. 20 years deep in the cranium's bursting. Gotta put the work in away from this message MC to shirking. Everybody wanna chat. Nowadays everybody wanna spit. Nowadays everybody run wax. Nowadays everybody wanna mix. Nowadays everybody wanna chat. That they got stories to tell. It's the same old crap and they touch the mic. They all sound like shit. These motherfuckers ain't never forget about L. And Magics. Yo, I said the general's here, and it's crystal clear. The general's here. When the general speaks, it's crystal clear. From the tip of my tongue to your eardrum. Rise above soldiers, show no fear. I'm a militant man, different flavor, dissident plan. I'm coming from a different land, United Kingdom of Phalangistan. Wow, the general's back. I'm speaking general facts. Pay your dues like federal tax. I'm not just rolling through, I'm leveling flat. 16 bars on several tracks. God dispute this minister's act. Farang put pai, ching di. Align nak na, put mak mak. Yes. Heavy magic. This is a system test. This is the system test. This is the system test. I said, this is the system test. Adjust your parameters, corrupt and scandalous. Yo. Wow. This. Wow. A system test. Adjust your parameters, corrupt and scandalous. Life is crude and amorous. Are you a victim yet? Cameras flash, they dazzle us. You can't predict a threat of a flow so deep and cavernous, steep and hazardous. Incredible length, wide diameters. I'm not your average maverick. 16s, keep them staggering like a sick dream in the mind of a sick teen. When Freddy come daggering, spray like whipped cream in the face of a clown from imagining. They could never come and challenge it, leave them spinning in my slipstream. It's not happening. It's not happening, cause this is the system test. This is the system test. Adjust your parameters, corrupt and scandalous. Soviet dissident, those are D&B lyrics. This is the wrong tempo, mate. Seaside up, rhythm a rider. Buster, or buster one-liner. I'll be in the game till I'm an old timer. Lyrical flow is tight like vagina. I'm a primer, I'm a creeper. Break the surface, cut it in deeper. For the polar, some of them are leaner. Some are stronger, some of them are weaker. Step on the road in my Nike sneaker. Right about that will pop that speaker. Blowing up like Al-Qaeda. Some are followers, some of them are leaders. Some of them are stronger, some of them are weaker. Some of them are pupils, some of them are teachers. Some of them are kick you, some of them are beat you. It's Double L, you've heard of him. Flame Gorilla sound boy like Burger King. Like, yo, it's Double L, you've heard of him. Flame Gorilla sound boy like Burger King. Any MC steps to me with a death wish, you best believe I might murder him. Wow. Thank you, Q-Trap. Yo, let's ask some questions. What is this tempo? Yo, Magics. Ask questions that are the deepest. What is a religious extremist? A terrorist with a Wahhabi thesis? Pedo priests that are praying to Jesus? Rabbi circumcising the penis? Gesturing God, acting fiendish? Lecturing mobs about who is the cleanest? Flame will equal actualities. There's lies in this sermon. Why is that the vicar is vermin? Hypocrites ain't hard to determine. Rise up, be wise like a serpent. Beware of the Sabian servants. Peddling burden. Indoctrination is different to learning. Different to learning. Indoctrination is different to learning. Educated, nice and articulate. Educated, nice and articulate. Yo. Hi there, nice to meet ya. It's MC Double L Blood, I'm a preacher. It's a lecture to your selector. I've got some things to teach ya. Yo, 28 days later. 28 days later, Magics. 28 days later. 28 days later, they couldn't prepare for the Mass Effect. The warning systems and all that failure. Trigger figure couldn't reach for reject. Roll in a derelict landscape. Wordplay, leave a man with bandages. What is the verdict? Did it take place? The look on your face says you can't handle it. White flag, pretenders surrender. Who put defectors into the center? Double L's the realness defender. Metaphor syllables, I'm the assembler. Spit bars the MCs remember. Yo, like a lifelong memory. If I can't calm my temper, the fire inside's gonna burn for centuries. Raw! Who's that back of the set? Back in the stage, I make an MC sweat. Back in the place, I'm more live and the rest don't back attendance. It's back to the best. Oh well, let me regress. Back in the day when it was all so blessed. Slucking away, bruv. You were sounding a mess. But not me and Magics. We were blessed. Yo, what is that BPM? That ain't no shitty EDM. I said 140 the BPM. Magics come with the mix and blend. It's no Chinese EDM. 140 BPM. Double L with lyrics for them. Yo, play that one again. Right, last couple from me and Magics. This is World War 33, Cold War 33. Listen, rides above TV, Magics, Double LMC. This is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees. They climb in dirty trees.
with more than 32 degrees. Tell Kissinger, tell Zabrinsky, your silent weapons don't hurt me. My name is Double LMC, and I'm a general, it's Double LMC. Yo, this is World War 33, crawl on hands and dirty knees, they're climbing dirty trees. This is World War 33, no more journey east, survival of them dirty deeds. Victims screaming mercy please. In asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air, no projectiles air to land. Let me elucidate and expand.
Well, I made too many speeches because it's all about the music. You just heard a hardcore treatments of hot shot conflicts from down Jamaica way. Right about now, we're going to start to change the pace and change the style. During the course of the night, we're switching, we're swapping, we ride down the track together.
On the night of a harvest moon, I meditate in the Marcus room. I take flight to the farthest tombs to the candlelight where the spark it tunes. On the night of a harvest, silhouette hunters hold up a carcass, and he heartbeats to target. Blood trails the ground like red carpet. On the night of a harvest moon, yo, I sat on an ancient loom. Hooded rows in ritual rooms, pray all night from yesterday's moon. There haven't been enough memes recently. Give me more memes for the Rise Above team, so every Friday we get reamed. More memes, Auntie Kobe, yeah, please more memes. Rise and shine, please more memes. Yo, let's get lean. Send me a meme, live in my... Send me a meme, live in my inbox, know what I mean. Send me a meme, yo, it's live in my inbox, know what I mean.
Night, we're switching, we're swapping, we ride down the track together.
Some MC chat about, some MC chat about whips and cars, but me I write bars about pyramids on Mars and other weird subjects. Hidden for years, yachts in cars. Strap your protective mask, inform your collective that war is start. Wicked sound of the Magics. We're gonna wrap it up in just a minute. Remember, Rise Above will be back live on January the 10th with Daddy Dragon, aka Graham Moore. If you want to catch Rise Above in between now and then with fresh videos, you have to sign up to Patreon. It's just the way it works. Oh shit, man. 20 years of close observation turn my hobby to pro-occupation. Like a stake at cop surveilling. I was surveilling. See Auntie Kobe, it's meme. It's a Mike Tyson meme. Featuring Barry Soetoro. What? Saying I look like Jacinda Ardern. What? I do not take that kindly. Magics. Give me some flames, give me some explosions if you've enjoyed Magic's set. Let us know. And a little spray from me. DDOOUUB BLLEELMC. That's who, that's me. Yo. Listen, in asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air. No explosions air to land. Let me elucidate and expand. Silent weapons, quiet wars.
Yo, doctor again. Got it.
You don't know, my brother. And this one's a straight damn plate special. DJ Magic.
Last one from Magics.
No DJ can't test. Never. Cause right now it's a straight up sound boy burial.
Alright, doctor. Certain you go hide. I want to them.
DJ Magic.
We rise the temperature, we no bust no replica. We rise the temperature, that's a the predator. We rise the temperature, we rise the temperature, we rise the temperature. Me oh no ready for. We rise the temperature, me oh no ready for. We rise the temperature, we no bust no replica. We rise the temperature, we rise the temperature, we rise the temperature.
DJ Magic.
When Batman come round, everybody sit up. Yo, I might sit get up. Leave me it up. Don't break yourself, cause you feel more than box and kick up. Ambulance come, you then pick up. Half on himself, the boy shit up. The mother come for you identify, but she just take a look on him and sick up. Yo, your time it up. Me sure and I wear like hiccup. When me done, the boy look on me and say, oh, you can't believe I'm cut. I my space this, you hitch up. You think me care when your face switch up. Me a real bad man, so mind yourself before you get too on. We rise the temperature, we no bust no replica. We rise the temperature, that's a the predator. We rise the temperature, we rise the temperature, we rise the temperature. We rise the temperature, we no ready for. We rise the temperature, we no bust no replica. We rise the temperature, we rise the temperature, we rise the temperature. Listen.
Magic's awesome set. Yo. Beware the dungeon master. Beware the dungeon master, the evil, twisted nightmare crafter. Blood runs cold, heart turns darker. Remember, we're back on January the 10th, Rise Above TV. Is that right, Auntie Kobe? I don't remember.
This time.
Big shout to everyone that's tuned in tonight. Rise Above TV, episode 141. We are signing off for 2024. We will be back on January 10th. Big up to the Magi.
Weapon.